Okay.
Okay, Mayor, and council and staff, we are recording the meeting and we are live on YouTube. We are still missing Councilmember Brittany Bills, but we're working on connecting with her.
Okay. All right. Welcome. Sorry we're a few minutes late. Some technical issues that got sorted out. We're going to start our meeting with an invocation by myself, and then Councilmember Scott Smith will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So let me offer the invocation. Our Heavenly Father, we're grateful for the opportunity to meet as a council and review the affairs of a city and make decisions. We ask for thy blessings to be with us, be with those who participate, be with the leaders of our nation, state, and county as they make decisions relative to the circumstances we find ourselves in, and bless them that they'll make wise decisions that will benefit us for the long term. We're grateful to live in a wonderful community, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, Scott? Scott, are you going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
They can't hear you.
We
unless
already
you're-
had it.
Okay.
You have to talk into a mic or they can't hear you.
Okay, do you want me to do it again?
Yeah, that would be nice. Thanks.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the
Allegiance to
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
indivisible, for liberty and justice for
justice for
all.
all.
Justice for all. Amen and hallelujah.
Yes. Thank you. We now have time for unscheduled public appearances. If anybody wants to call in, the number that you can call is 253-215-8782. We'll wait just a little bit to see if anybody calls in. In the meantime, Aaron, did anybody send an email that they wanted read in public appearances?
Right before the meeting, there wasn't. Let me double check right now, Mayor.
Okay. I didn't see any.
So Mayor, there's nothing coming through on email. Tara's admitting everybody from the waiting room right now to see if there's any public who wants to speak.
Okay.
Okay, so we're about to unmute everyone so that they can, any public who would like to speak may do so. If you do not want to speak, we'd recommend you muting your microphone.
Okay, is there anyone that would like to contribute to the unscheduled public appearances? It doesn't look like we have anyone. We'll move on to presentations then, Aaron. And the item A, we will not be doing tonight. So we're going to skip to presentation B. And we have Kurt Osler's bodyguard behind him, Sarah, who will give a report from the Youth Council. Okay, Sarah, you're up to bat.
Yay. We haven't done anything, obviously. We are planning this Thursday, May 7th, to do a Kahoot for all ages 7th grade through 12th grade. And that will be posted on Highlands Facebook page.
What's a Kahoot?
It's kind of like a trivia game where people compete and get prizes virtually.
All right, well, that sounds interesting.
Yep.
Do people have to sign up for it?
No, the room code will be on the Facebook page and you just join.
Okay. Is it kids only or adults can participate too?
I mean, I'm sure the mayor could participate. I think it's 7th through 12th graders.
Okay. Well, sometimes I act like my mind is, not my body. So maybe I qualify. Okay, anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Any questions from anyone else? All right, on to consent items. We have 4 items on the consent agenda. Action to replace the heater boiler at City Hall. B, resolution annexation of 473 square feet located at 10147 North, 6960 West. That would be Jason Matheny's property that's in the county, and he wants to annex that to his current property in Highland. Item C, an ordinance approval of the Central Telecom Services LLC, or better known as Centricom franchise agreement. Item D, a request by Central Utah Water Conservancy District for a site plan and conditional use permit approval for a pump station for Alpine City located approximately at 4361 West, 11,000 North. That is just west of our property that's by the gravel pit. So on the western, just outside our property on land owned by Sperling is where they want to build that. And I assume they're buying the land from Sperling. Those are the 4 consent items. Does anybody want to pull any of them?
I have a question on C.
Okay. Is there a motion for A, B, and D?
Mayor, I'd
No,
also
I
like,
want to pull, yeah. Mayor, I want to pull item 3A and 3C as well as
Okay.
3D.
Okay. Then is there a motion on consent item B?
I'll make a motion.
Thank
I
you.
move that we approve on the consent calendar item 3B.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Tim Ball, motion by Scott Smith. Aaron, are we doing electronic voting on this, or is it easier just to do a roll call?
No, we can go ahead and do electronic voting.
yeah, I get signed in.
Brittany, if you can hear me, I don't know why we're having trouble unmuting you. So, oh, there you go. Now we're okay.
I can't get mine to work.
Okay, so Tim, what's your vote on this?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
All right, we can reveal the rest.
Reveal.
And that passes unanimously. Okay, let's start with A. Let's start with item A. Scott, did you have a question on that?
Need to replace the boiler in the city building. And I'd also like to, I was just wondering why we don't have more than one bid to do this. And I'd like to know if the boiler in the city building is actually totally dysfunctional. Does it need to be replaced now, or are we just replacing it because we're replacing the police station? And I'm just wondering, in this time of economic uncertainty, if we need to spend $30,000 right now to replace it. So those are kind of my questions, and maybe Nathan can answer those best.
I think
Sure.
that's true.
So, the timing of events is, Roberts Mechanical was working on our, police station, and they had a number of issues, And they went by part, and they got to the last part, and it cost as much as replacing the boiler. At that time, in the research in dealing with that issue, we also asked the manufacturer about our boiler here, because we've had several issues in the past. If you remember this past winter, the heater was basically down, and I think it pumped, 60-degree air maybe, is what I want to say. It was down for multiple weeks. We even closed the library over it. And so in trying to do some cost savings, we asked the contractor if they would provide a discount if we did both buildings. Now, this is the same contractor that we did the air conditioners with, and they provided a discount of $2,000 for it. So, first of all, the lack of bids is basically we had a contractor in the middle. The boilers were all torn up over at the Justice Center / Police Building, and they were in the middle of it. So we just went and moved forward with them on the police, and then asked them for the same bid for here and a discount. That's how we got to the one bid. Is this one broken? No. Is it on its last legs? Yes. We felt that it was important that it would be better to replace it based on the information from the manufacturer saying what's on its last legs while it's not winter. And while we could get a discount, that was why we're bringing the item before you.
And I will attest to the fact that it was frigid in here when it broke last year. Because I run hot, but I was really, really cold, and gloves were actually needed, and stocking hats.
So I guess the question I have is, these buildings are 12 years old, and yet we're having to replace all the air conditioning and boiler system. Has anyone looked into why we're having to do this? I mean, are we gonna have to replace everything in 10 more years? I think these things weren't installed right or something, or bad systems, or are their lifetimes only 12 years?
All I know is what I've heard from previous staff is they had planned higher end systems, but the budget got out of control and they did these. So we are, in these two boilers, we're actually using what they call a stainless steel rod instead of a copper one, which will give it about twice the life that it has now. So we're hoping about 20 years out of them.
You're hoping. So there aren't any funds in the current 2020 budget, fiscal budget.
That's correct.
And so to pay for this, you'd have to pull on previous reserves, is
Yes,
that?
sir. Yep.
And so is that true with the police station too? So we're talking about $60,000
Yep.
coming out of the reserves. And is there a big need to do this one in May? Could it not be done later on in the fall with the same contractor, or have you?
Again, just the reasons we mentioned, we got a discount and they're here. We felt that it would be important to do it during the non-winter months, and bringing it out of reserves, at least in my opinion, really doesn't matter whether it's today or September. It's still the same cost.
Well, actually, it's a little bit less today.
Yes, a little bit less.
And have we had any other firms look at this?
No, we just had Roberts, because they were in the middle of that one, and we've had other people look at it as they try to repair it, but not for this particular project.
And Roberts did our air conditioning, and they're very reputable. I think Kurt looked into them last time.
Well, that answers my questions.
Any other questions?
Mayor, I have similar questions to what Scott has. Now, Nathan, have we done any of the work yet, or is this still a proposal for 2 of the boilers?
As I mentioned, the boiler in the police station was torn apart. So using our emergency provision in our city code, we allowed the contractor to go ahead and repair that. This is just for the Highland Center, the Highland City Hall.
How long is their proposal good for? For 30 days? That's what it shows here.
Yeah.
Is there a reason not to go get a bid from someone else since this is not an emergency?
We can if the council would like. They were giving us a discount on each one to do it together. When we did proposals before for the AC, they were very reasonable, and I think they were the cheapest that we had. So for $30,000, $31,000 and saving 2 off of that, we felt like this was appropriate.
Nathan, right now they're saying we have 30 days to accept this proposal and still get the 2,000 off. Is that correct? Or are you saying we have to agree today else we don't get the 2,000?
No, the proposal is good for 30 days, as it says.
I would recommend that the staff goes and gets another bid so we can make sure we're being responsible. In this bid, it doesn't tell us what size the boiler is, the model number. It probably is, I believe Roberts Mechanical will probably still come in fairly low. We've seen that they're a quality company from our past work, but I think it's reasonable that we go get another bid, and I think we have time to do that.
I agree with that.
I'm fine with that.
So is there a motion?
I move we continue this item and instruct the city council or the staff to go get another bid and bring it back to the May 19th, 2020 city council meeting.
I'll second it.
Bid, motion by Kurt, second by Scott. Are we ready for electronic voting on this, Aaron? Kurt, are you logged? Okay, Kurt's logged in. Tim?
I can't get it to work.
Okay, so Tim?
Yes.
Okay. Vanna, reveal what's behind the numbers. Okay, passes unanimously.
I have some questions on C.
Okay. Go
Would
ahead.
now be,
Yep.
okay, from what I understand, gubernatorial candidate Spencer Cox is the person that started Centricom and currently owns it. I just
No,
want to make sure.
That's not
Pardon
true.
me?
That's not true.
Please, which part of it's not true?
All of it. It was started 47 years ago by his great grandfather. His father is president. His uncle is chair. He's no longer involved in the company.
Then why does he reference it on
Company's
his, he references it on his website and implies that he is
He
involved
was.
in-
He was.
Okay,
And it's actually owned by a national company that bought it out from them. So while his dad and uncle are still involved in the management, the company's actually owned by a much bigger firm.
okay. All right, the implication on his website was otherwise, so I guess I'll look at that again. So I just wanted to make sure it was a pretty standard agreement, just to, I guess my point is moot at this juncture, but I just wanted to make sure it was a standard agreement to avoid any appearance of favoritism, so.
It is, in fact, I think it's so standard that when we put our address in, they put the Highland City name, but the street address was wrong. One of our residents caught that and let me know.
Great, that's what I wanted to hear, thank you.
So staff that was a good mistake. That just proves it's boilerplate.
Perfect.
All right. Anybody else have a question on that?
Yep. This is Scott. I have some questions.
Okay,
So we had a presentation from Utopia
yes.
and haven't proceeded with that, but this Central Telecom Service agreement just appeared on the consent item. I don't remember Central Telecom coming and making any sort of presentation.
No, this is a franchise agreement to serve the city. It just allows them, it gives them the right to service businesses and or residents within Highland.
So how does that impact the city? I mean, are they gonna lay new fiber optics? Are they gonna be digging up our roads or our sidewalks? I mean, I'd like to know more about what this enables them to do. I mean, we just had a bad experience, with their competitor in our neighborhood who came in and laid new cable, dug up our pressurized irrigation system. When we turned it on, it exploded all over, and then they denied that they'd done it. So, you know, this impacts citizens a bit. I'd like to learn more about just exactly what their plans, what their services are. I think it's great to have another competitor and things, but are they gonna dig everything up and have new cable everywhere? I mean, it could be pretty disruptive.
This allows them to work in the right of way. It doesn't, these franchise agreements, we have them with, all the utilities. It's pretty, standard to go forward and do these. They don't share their plans with us at this time. They may not have plans, but it allows us, them to work in the right of way. That's all it does. So we don't know if they're going to, what they're going to do in the right of way or not until they get individual permits at the time.
So they still have to get a permit to work in the right of way, right? They have to identify
Yes,
what they're
that's
doing.
what I said, yeah.
Yep.
So does any of that come back in front of the council?
Nope.
I'd say one of the other differences between them and Utopia, Councilmember Smith, would be Utopia was asking us to back them financially to a degree, whereas this company, like many of its competitors, do not at all. They're all just strictly run through the private sector.
I guess before I would vote for this, I'd like to know a little bit about their business plan or what they're planning for Highland. I mean, are they just gonna service the businesses? Do they wanna do all the residents? I mean, I just don't understand how it works. I mean, they can't piggyback on somebody else's cable, I don't think. Do they have to lay all new cable?
You're getting
Fiber
into
optics? I guess it's
specifics.
fiber
I
optics
don't know.
is what
I mean,
it
it
is.
would
It could be
depend.
fiber optics, it could be, small cell, it could be a number of different things. We don't know.
So my other question is, apparently there was a resident who emailed in and basically didn't oppose a specific agreement, but opposed anything going on during the quarantine. And before we even discussed this as a council, we went out and got a legal opinion from our attorney, which I'm sure was not inexpensive. I was just kind of curious why we went and got a legal opinion on an email a citizen sent in that had to do with this before we'd even discussed it as a council. I was just curious.
They're two different issues. This is a franchise agreement that, the email that we got from the resident specifically related to, small cell, development in Highland. It was the second email that we had. We had a question from a council member, regarding its standing and whether it was accurate or not, and that's why we, addressed the small cell. But this is a different issue than, placing small cells. If they do small cells, if anybody does small cells, assuming it's not in UDOT's right of way or on, any other type of publicly owned property that we don't own, then they have to go through our process.
But Central Telecom's not gonna use any small cells or anything of that order.
Again, we don't know. We just know that this is just a franchise agreement to use property in our right of way. That's all we know.
And there's no way that they could come and maybe describe their services or what their plans are, or, we're just allowing them a franchise agreement, we don't know what they're going to do?
We can always ask. These are pretty, routine, so we didn't feel the need to do that. We've done, 3 or 4, last fall, and previously, or 18, 19, I can't remember the years, and we haven't, asked for that previously. So we just proceeded with, this agreement.
Any other comments? Is there a motion?
I move we approve 3C.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Kurt, second by Kim. We're ready to vote?
It's not cooperating, Mayor.
Okay, so let's just do a roll call vote. Kurt,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Scott,
No,
and who did I leave out?
Brittany.
Brittany.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that passes 4-1. Next item is D. I think, Scott, did you have questions on that?
I think Tim and I both pulled that. Is that right, Tim?
I did not.
Oh, okay. It's this Zoom stuff. I have a hard time hearing everyone, but anyhow, my questions are the following. This proposal, and I've read through it pretty carefully. I would like a little more information maybe from Todd. It seems like this is a project totally in Highland benefiting Alpine, and I wasn't sure what the benefit were for citizens of Highland. There were several questions I had, like they have this little retention pond that they answered some questions by a resident who said, what happens to the water? Is it a danger? And they said, oh, it just all seeps in the ground. But, you know, they empty that and it seeps in the ground right next to people's homes with basements. And my experience has been that people get their basements flooded. So I looked through the questions from the residents, and I'm having a hard time understanding how this benefits Highland. I know we want to be good neighbors with Alpine and different things, but are there alternatives? And again, do we have any benefit from this?
This specific project, no. Hey, Aaron, could you mute Highland City? Okay, so this specific project, it does not benefit Highland City residents. This is a request by Central Utah Water, not by Alpine. We currently have a Central Utah Water turnout right there in that exact location on our property. Alpine City has water rights that they're trying to get, and that is the closest place that they can tie into Central Utah. So this facility is actually being constructed by Central Utah, not Alpine. So the request is not from Alpine City, it is from Central Utah, so they can supply the water that Alpine owns to Alpine City.
So this is coming out of a pipe, right, Todd?
Yes, yeah. So we currently have a connection there ourselves that we use. We've been using this spring. So.
And ours is gravity, right? In Alpine's case, they have to pump it up.
Well, it comes in pressurized from Central Utah.
Okay.
But they do, I don't know the hydraulics of how it works. Their facility is actually going to be higher up in Alpine. But I don't know the pressures of where they're going to, for example, where we take it right there in that location, it's great. It goes right into our system at a pressure that we can use. But like I said, this isn't Alpine City. It's Central Utah trying to supply water to Alpine, similar to what they do in that exact location for us.
So, Todd, why do they have to have the pump station in the location that they've chosen? Why can't it be closer to Alpine, for example? Because there's a lot of pressure that comes out of that pipe. I mean, some of the CUP pipes go in my backyard, and I was told that if they were breached, that they would blow boulders through my house. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I've been told that by CUP.
Well,
So why do they need the pump station on that corner, and why do they need that retention pond right there? Because I think that's going to cause nothing but problems.
So Scott, the pipe is already there. That is the location of where they brought the pipe to serve Highland City. So the pipe is already right at that location. If you actually look at an aerial map, you can see the Central Utah facility that supplies us water. They're just going to build a second facility that supplies Alpine water. And they already have a blow off right there. It blows off a very little amount when they need to blow off, but it just puddles right there on our Highland City property. With this site plan, we have asked Central Utah to just berm the sides just as a secondary precaution. It's very little water that they blow off. To my knowledge, I've been around for 3 years and I know we haven't flooded, but to my knowledge, ever since that CUP facility's been there, we have never flooded the spruces. The ditch, I believe, has breached there in the past, the Lehigh irrigation ditch, and we had water going everywhere. But to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever flooded anyone with the facility that's there. We're just basically doubling the size of that facility building.
Again, that doesn't answer my question. Why does the pump station have to be there?
Because that's
Is that
where
because there's one already there? Or are you just expanding? I just don't quite understand.
Well, Central Utah, that is where their pipe is. It comes up North County Boulevard and then it cuts across, what's the subdivision? I can't remember the name of the subdivision, but ultimately they brought the pipe up to supply us water years ago. That is far north as Central Utah has brought their pipe. And so because that's as far as they've come, they're willing to give Alpine a turnout at that location. They're unwilling to extend their pipe further north. So Alpine is going to take their water through their connection, and then Alpine City will continue a pipe north. It has to be in that location because that's as far north as CUP goes.
And if I may, the applicant's here as well to address any questions.
Maybe we should let them answer as well.
Yeah, thank you. I was on mute and I couldn't get unmute, but they just made it so that I can talk now. My name is Caitlin Erickson. I'm the project manager from Central Utah Water. And everything that Todd said is exactly right. The reason why we have to have it in that location, and we looked at it to see what made the most sense. And because our existing turnout and our pipeline is there, that's what makes the most sense. And because we already have facilities in that exact location, the pressures during the summertime when we have the highest flows, there's not enough pressure to get water to Alpine City through just an extension of the pipeline. So that's why there's the need for a pump station. And I would also like to let you know that this pump station does have the potential to benefit Highland City in the future. So right now we're just extending a pipeline from our proposed pump station up to the Healy Well in Alpine, but the district has great interest in potentially extending that pipeline up north even further and using it for groundwater recharge in the future, which will benefit everybody in the area as it will put excess water during high flows after winter and spring runoff into the ground, and then help recharge all of the wells in the area. So that's Central Utah's future outlook, is to also use that pump station in the future to pump water up even higher for groundwater recharge. But for now, this stage of the project is just going to Alpine City.
So how noisy are those pumps, and what provisions are made to keep them quiet?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's going to be the potential for there to be 4 different pumps. For this initial stage, we're just planning on putting in 3, and they're going to be smaller pumps. I think we have the design engineer on the line too, and he can correct me if this is wrong, but I think they're within a range up to 5 horsepower. And we've looked into a similar pump station that's in Pleasant Grove, and they just barely started it. And so we're going to take a noise a decibel reader out there and get the exact numbers, because one of the residents has also asked this. This pump station that's in Pleasant Grove, that's similar size, is like right in a neighborhood, like next door neighbors to a couple houses, and they've never had any issues with people complaining about the noise. And where ours is even further away from the houses, I don't think there'll be any problem with noise from this pump station for the residents. But we're gonna get exact numbers so that they have those as well.
So that's just or this pump station is going to be just east of a rather upscale neighborhood. What are you going to do to beautify this building? And it's a chain link fence with vinyl in it. Can you explain a little bit more what it'll look like?
Yeah, I'll do my best. So it is going to be a concrete structure, but we're going to use, they have forms that you can put into the concrete that look like stone. And I think I've sent the pictures over to Highland City and they can show you, we have like a rendering of it, but it will look like it has a stone on the bottom, and it will be built back into the hill that goes up to the gravel pit. So only part of the structure will actually be visible, but we're gonna have it colored nicely and like I said, using those forms so that architecturally it looks nice. We do have to do a fence around it. We like to have that security for our facilities, but it's gonna be black vinyl coated fence. That's gonna be the best we can do for the fencing, but the building should look nice.
And Caitlin, if I may, is Benjamin the site person, site coordinator?
It's Casey Chestnut.
So why do you pick black vinyl?
That's just what we typically put on our facilities that are in facilities of this nature, raw water facilities. That's pretty typical for what we do for our facilities.
I have unmuted Casey as well.
Okay, awesome.
So tell me how much water you quote blow off into that retention pond, which seems to be right next to the neighbor's fence line.
Casey, do you want to comment on that? I will say it's not going to be a lot of water that goes into that detention pond. It will only be used if we ever have to drain the pipeline, which would be very rarely. We have other areas on the pipeline where we'll be draining into a sump in other areas. So the amount of water that actually would need to be drained from that portion would be small. And then there would be a small amount that might have to be blown off during startup, but I'll let Casey comment on that.
Yeah, Caitlin, you're exactly right on those items. It will only be, it'll be very rare if the pipeline needs to be drained or in those scenarios you've described blown off. The only consistent water that will ever be in that area or in that detention basin would be a minimal amount from the pumps. They use water to cool and they drain off into a drain system and then outside. So, I mean, it's very minimal, unlikely to even make it to the detention basin, but that's the only consistent water that would be coming off the site other than typical rainwater or storm. So.
How often do you do this though? I'm hearing minimal, small amounts. Is it every year or every other year or every month or?
Caitlin, you may need to comment on that, how often you take the pipelines down, but it's, I mean, you're talking every, years between.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often we drain our raw water pipes, but I know with our drinking water, it's several years between the times that we get inside and look at them and evaluate anything. And where this is a raw water pipe and smaller diameter than some of our larger pipes, I don't think it would be very often at all. Yeah, years.
Council,
yeah.
If you can see, this is the these are the elevations for the building. So you can see what you were talking about. complete.
Hey, Abby. Good. Is there a time that I can call you either later today or tomorrow?
Just council, mayor, we have a facility, well, we don't. Central Utah has a facility very similar to this right next to it. Chief Thompson just texted me some decibel readings years ago when they put that in. And I believe he said it was at 60 decibels, which is fairly low. I would anticipate something similar here, and especially with a fully concrete building. You may hear a hum coming from this building, but it won't be something that is distracting. And there's one home that may be within reach of hearing it. It's the one directly on that northeast corner of the Spruces subdivision that they may hear that hum, but the rest will not.
And that hum is 24/7?
As long as they're pumping water. So so to give you an example, for Highland City, when we take CUP water, it's usually early. So we took it for about a week this spring until the runoff really started coming off. As soon as it was basically April 15th to April, probably 25th, we were taking CUP water through our connection. And then once the high flows came out of the canyon, we shut that down. And we won't start the CUP water again until probably middle of July, August through October. So that is when that would run. It's just when Alpine is taking water from CUP. Correct me if I'm wrong, Casey.
No, that's correct. We're anticipating that it would be 24/7 April to October, about mid-April to mid-October.
And Alpine's using this water for culinary purposes?
I believe this is just all raw water.
Yes, it's pressurized irrigation.
Yeah. Hey, Tara, can you unmute Casey again? He muted his to help with the echo, and now he can't unmute himself, just in case we need his comments again.
Yep, I've unmuted him. And
Thank you.
Caitlin, do you know anyone named Benjamin? He's raised his hand.
Not with us, but Benjamin Nilsson is the property owner in that corner. So if that's the last name, it might be your resident.
It is. Benjamin Nilsson is the one that lives in the Spruces right behind this.
Being not a public hearing, Mayor, that's up to you. This is technically not a public hearing. Do you want to hear from Benjamin?
Sure. 3 minutes or less, though.
Benjamin, you've been unmuted.
Sounds great. Thank you. Again, I apologize. I was under the impression that this was a public hearing, but maybe I'm getting the incorrect emails or letters. I just had some, curiosity. As I look out my backyard and I kind of look at all the acreage that we have, obviously when we purchased the home, we did not want anything to block views. And this doesn't necessarily block views a whole lot, but it is something that is cumbersome as far as appearance. I appreciate the flat roof design, but beyond that, I would really honestly like to look at other options where this building could be set further back from our property due to the fact of worry of flooding and other things. I feel like directly behind my property is not ideal. And as obviously the aerial map shows, there is a lot of unused property there. And I would really like to know if it's a possibility to move it back away in this pump station, especially with, the decibel readings or the humming constant sound. I would really like to know if it's possible to move the building further back from our properties.
So let me address that if I can, Caitlin. So Benjamin, that's a great question. Concern is this is private property that Central Utah is purchasing. It's from Sperlino, who is the property owner that's mining at the Kilgore pit. They have plans in the future to develop that. So there will be a development one day back there, and they are giving just as much as needed to build this. By pushing it back, it ruins even more developable property. And so they are unwilling to sell that further back. They want it to stay as close to that property line as possible. So yes, in the future, you will have homes back there of some kind.
Okay. And then the last question that, obviously I can contact Caitlin via email, but, one of the things for this home is we're going to go through a major renovation, landscaping renovation. And obviously I'd like to know if we're putting berms along the back side of the property fence, which would be mine and my neighbors, if I'm able to, create some sort of drainage towards those berms, that if I ever had, severe rains or whatever, I can slope my property towards those. But I guess that's more for the water project. But
Council.
Todd, is there any response to that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can definitely slope your slope should go away from your home towards your property line. By state code, all homes need to maintain their own drainage, and so similar to what they're doing with their site, they're trying to maintain all their drainage on their site, and nothing should make it to your property. It would be very similar to yours to keep all drainage on your property. So. Yeah, you would be fine to drain to those berms, just and just keep that drainage on the back part of your lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Council, any other comments?
This is Rob. I wanted to make a quick comment.
Sure. Thanks, Rob.
For the council, as you're considering this is a conditional use permit application. So it's an administrative decision, and it's also a council shall approve with conditions to mitigate the detrimental impacts, but the state code is clear that you cannot require complete mitigation. You can't say we deny it unless you can completely mitigate every detrimental impact of this use. So as if they own the property or have the rights to build on the property, the conditions can only be reasonable, and otherwise it's a yes, not a discretionary decision.
So Rob, this is Kurt. A question as you bring up about conditional use, one of the things is dealing with safety. And I believe that we have two issues that residents have brought up as a concern. One is a flooding of a backyard and possibly their home, which would be a safety issue, as well as I believe noise could be a safety issue. I understand the parents might be a different criteria, but one of the concerns when I visited with both neighbors is the noise. Both of their bedrooms are back in that corner where this pump house is going to go. They're very nervous about the noise. I know in the past we've had, I think our Highland ditch back there actually flood twice in the Eldridge's property. I think there's some concern about if that ditch floods, goes now in the CUP pump house, what does that do, since we've had problems in the past with some of our ditch flooding right in that area. So Rob goes back, if it's noise or if it's flooding, is there a safety concern?
Yeah, and those are perfectly good things for the council to consider, and maybe ask, make sure they've mitigated that to some degree. And that's more, I guess, for the engineering to address, how low can you get the sound? What safety measure you're putting in to make sure flooding doesn't happen. And those, I believe, are fully reasonable. On the other hand, if you say they're allowed to put in pumps as a use, there's going to be noise associated with that, and the council can't say we're going to deny it unless you can say there's going to be zero noise. That would be an unreasonable condition. And so maybe it's for the engineers to discuss what really is a feasible, attainable safety and noise reduction goal. That'd be more for Todd, I think, to address.
Thank you, Rob. As you bring up noise, this is just pulling up on the internet while we're talking. 60 decibels is a conversation. 90 decibels is a lawnmower, and 120 decibels is a loud rock concert. I believe I heard in the conversation from Caitlin with the project manager mentioning it would be 60 decibels. If we said that they need to stay within 60 decibels or less, is that attainable? Is that enforceable?
So, Kurt, it was not Caitlin that said that. That was from Chief Thompson. From what he remembers, can you guys see the sheet there?
Mm-hmm.
So the sheet that's up, the existing building, that is Central Utah's discharge for us. Chief Thompson was saying that back when we constructed this, we measured it at that site at 60. We don't know what this new building is going to be, but that's what we measured the sound decibel reading at that existing building. We can wait until Casey and Caitlin get, some information back to us on what their readings would be at this location.
Sorry, Todd, that's the Healy well there that you're pointing at.
Yeah, other side of the pipeline.
Go back to here. I've got the sheets open. What sheet? Go to sheet.
There.
Yeah, there you go.
BPO1 would be the best one. Okay, and that one, yeah, right there. So go to the south. No,
Yeah, right.
That one's fine too.
Mhm.
So the one on the right, the building on the right, Aaron.
Yeah.
No, other one.
Yep.
No.
Go back up.
Yeah, that.
So the building on the right, if you can see, it says vault building. That is our building. Well, it's Central Utah's connection for us. They're just going to extend the pipe up to this new one for Alpine. But what I was saying is the decibel reading of that building itself, that pump station, was 60 decibels. I don't know what this new one would be. And correct me if I'm wrong, Caitlin, Casey, you said at this point you don't know.
We don't know for sure. We're going to get some noise readings at the Walker Booster Pump Station in Pleasant Grove the end of this week. Very similar pump station. So we're going to get those readings and compare them to the ambient noise that's already out at this site and see how it compares to what they're already living with right now currently.
Okay.
But Rob, we can't deny something based on like how many decibels it is anyway, can we? I mean, it's good information, but
I mean, if it was like the decibel levels are such that they are destructive to the neighbors entirely, that might be a reason, but this would not, whatever this range is, I don't anticipate them being in a range where the council could just say no. Now, maybe that there are some reasonable measures that, some insulation or soundproofing that could be imposed. You have to look at that because every time you do that, that's more cost and that affects the reasonability of any condition.
Well, and keep in mind, this is a complete solid concrete building that is partially buried. And we have these types of booster pumps around our city and have homes around them. So, I just want the council.
The one on 11-200 North and 6,000.
Well, we have booster pumps right there by the mouth of the canyon. We also have them up at the 11-800 well, and we have
11-800. Yep.
11-800 well. We have homes all the way around those. That would be very similar to what they're doing here. They'd have some booster pumps very similar to that.
I would say it would be unreasonable for the council to impose a stricter requirement on them than what is currently being allowed elsewhere in the city.
Todd, another question I have is by having another connection here, will this affect any of Highland's pressure that we're receiving at our pump house? Because now there's going to be another turnout.
I don't know about pressures, but the ability to pump more, yes. We've been very fortunate that we have been the only one to have a connection at this location. And we have been able to take the full flow, if you will, from central Utah. Now that they're making a connection to Alpine, we're going to have to share that now.
So are you saying that there might be detriment for the citizens of Highland?
To our system, yes, but Alpine City and Central Utah already have agreements in place of what water is theirs. There, you know, we can't make a decision based on trying to stop that. I wish we could. But we can't.
Todd, can you address the flooding that has occurred out of the ditch that's there by our pump house already?
Yeah, so to my knowledge, Kurt, it hasn't happened since I've been here. I know that it breached several years ago, but that is a Lehigh irrigation ditch. That is not ours. It's water that goes to several residents in North Highland. So it travels along the Sperlino property and goes north and actually goes over to North County Boulevard area, delivers water. To my knowledge, go ahead.
Sorry, it's Casey. Can I ask a question? The ditch that we're talking about that has flooded, is that the Lehigh Irrigation Company ditch that runs through the property that you're talking about, or there is a small ditch right behind the properties that's been abandoned? I'm wondering if that's the one that's been flooded.
No, it's the Lehigh irrigation ditch that's shown on this plan just north of the buildings. That is the one that, yeah, it breached years ago.
Okay.
It has been reinforced since. We've actually, Highland City helped material there to try to prevent this from happening. But with this project, we have asked that berming take place behind the homes of Mr. Nelson first, and then also we're going to look at a way to berm up that east side behind the Eldridge home as well, just to make sure that we protect those homes.
So since this is a conditional use permit, and we're limited on what we can say no about at this point, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3D, a request by Central Utah Water Conservancy District for a site plan and conditional use permit for a pump station for Alpine City located at approximately 4361 West, 11,000 North.
Is there a second?
Kim, can you also add that in it also that there's 3 stipulations from the Planning Commission that would be included?
And add 3 stipulations from the Planning Commission that be included.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Aaron, are we going to do voice, can't talk, voice votes or ready for electronic?
Yes, please. Yes, Mayor, please do a voice vote.
Okay, so let's start with Kim.
Yes.
Brittany.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Scott.
No.
Tim.
Yes.
Okay. That passes 4-1. Now we're on to a request by Travis Taylor to revise the concept plan for Blackstone / Highland Vista. Tara, will you be doing that report?
No, I have that one, Mayor. So this is a request by the developer, Travis Taylor, to remove a condition of approval regarding the requirement of constructing basements at Highland Vista / Blackstone. The background is when the conditional use permit was initially applied for and proposed, part of the application included basements for each unit. That was included as a stipulation when the conditional use permit was approved in 2015 and been carried throughout the project since then. The applicant is requesting to eliminate this condition of approval due to buyers having requests from buyers for not having basements and adding additional flexibility as it relates to the timing of the basements and installation of project utilities. Travis Taylor is here and would like to address the council.
So I think I've got my video going. I think I'm unmuted.
There you go. Yep, you're up and running.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, so this is a request to be able to just have the flexibility to either do basements or not do basements. The project is basically divided 50 units to the north of Parkway East and 30 units to the south side of Parkway East. All of the 50 units on the north side are they're underway, all except for the last two duplexes. So everything to the north will have basements. Everything to the south, it's just kind of flexible as far as how we would approach that. We don't have anything set in stone. We just like the flexibility. One of the issues that we ran into, which was kind of interesting, where these basements were required as part of the stipulation, was that the sewer actually was built kind of high in that area. So most of our units that have basements in fact, I think all of them on the north side have ejector pumps in their sewer to be able to make it up to the city's sewer system. I think there was a letter that came in that Nathan sent me earlier today that talked about the parking issues there and how a shortage of parking was a concern in the area, especially with Toscana. I counted up the parking stalls for Toscana in their interior parking, and their ratio is somewhere around about 2.4 parking stalls per unit. And this came up with one of the residents there who actually was concerned that we wouldn't be allowed to take their parking stalls, which were out on the city street, out by the splash pad. And so with their approximate 2.4 stalls per unit, we actually designed ours. We have about 3.6, a little over 3.6 stalls per unit. And that wouldn't be affected by this change. We'd still have the same layout. Essentially, the project would look exactly the same if you were driving around. The only difference that you would see is if you were standing in somebody's backyard, you would not see the window well that goes down to the window into the basement. So again, we've had a lot of success in the development. We've had a lot of interest. We do get buyers that don't really want a basement, and we're just trying to be flexible there. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I certainly appreciate the consideration for this.
Council, any questions?
Mayor, I have some questions. This is Scott.
Go ahead, Scott.
So I have a lot of concerns about parking here in the town center, and the problem that we're trying to avoid or alleviate is the problems that we've had with Toscana, where a lot of the people there feel like they have to park on the street because there's a tendency of people to fill up their garages with storage and things. And I'm concerned, the little rec center, sports center we have there, the parking was in back, but people park all up and down that street. I'm just afraid that if you don't have a basement, which basements oftentimes are used for storage, that people will then fill up their garage with their stuff and park on the street. And I think this high density development in the middle of our city, and we're struggling with other ones, is a real problem with traffic. And I think there's this kind of assumption that then you can use all the parking around the a splash pad and the city parking and all that. And I just don't think it's fair to the citizens of this community. So I'm not sure why we want to eliminate the basements. I know it'll be much less expensive for the developer, but, you know, there was an argument in there, well, gee, people don't like stairs. So I guess if that's true, these should be one-story buildings and not two-story buildings. So I don't understand that argument. And I just am very concerned about people just filling up what garage space they have with storage because they don't have a basement and then they park on the street. And you know, I brought up this concern when they built the sports center, you know, and I was told, oh yeah, they'll park in the back, but they all park in front. So I'm very concerned about parking. And I personally think you should leave in the basements because that was part of the original agreement.
Any other comments from staff or questions? I'll just share my own personal observation here. And that is, I know in the places that we've lived, we've always managed to fill up our houses, our homes that we've owned, and still needed some part of the garage. So I think the argument that if they don't have a basement, it means they're more apt to use the garage. I don't think having the basement or not having the basement matters. I think you just fill it up till it's full and then you go out in the garage. Kind of like hard drives, right? The hard drives that we have, we always fill them up. And then you start adding external drives. I don't think it's any different. So I don't know how much it really has an impact. I mean, we say that, but I think it just would prevent people from buying more stuff if you don't have a basement.
You know, Mayor, I appreciate your comments. I guess I favor more of Scott's point of view here. I think this was agreed, you know, originally, you know, you look and go, hey, are we harming a property owner with this? This is what was agreed to when the plan came in, what was accepted with the plan. So this is a modification request. There are 30 units on that south side. Of those 30 units, 15 of them really don't have an adequate parking in front of their units, because I walked over there today from the existing stuff. If someone's garage is filled, some homes, they can park the cars out front. But a lot of them, they're not gonna be able to, because there's not a driveway. And so as we look at this, there's concerns, I believe. You know, I appreciate you saying, hey, they're gonna fill up their basement, they'll fill up the garage. I think it's almost a surety, if there's not a basement, they will fill up the garage. At least if they have a basement, I think there's a likelihood that they at least have some storage. Individuals do need to have some storage. So I'm really not in favor of the proposal to modify this. And so that's kind of where I'm leaning on this.
Hey, Kurt and Scott, when this was done, is a stipulation put on by the city council, or was it the developer that put it in? Who is the one that made the decision that basements needed to be there?
So it was originally proposed by the original developer.
Okay.
The project has since changed hands. We felt during the processing of the conditional use permit that the stipulations and the things that the developer was including in a project narrative should be included as stipulations.
And are there any other developments around that area that have that stipulation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mayor, I'm happy to address a couple of things if I have an opportunity.
Sure. Go ahead.
When the original applicant came in and took this through the process, if I understand correctly, Nathan, they were doing 3-story buildings. And as part of our change, we took that down to a 2-story building above the basement. And then another change was, again, taking that parking ratio way up. And so what you typically see as a parking requirement It will be a 1.5 stalls for a 1-bedroom, 2 stalls for a 2-bedroom, and 2.5 stalls for a 3-bedroom and up. That's just kind of a typical parking standard. And so again, the Toscana is a little bit below that 2.5, and we're sitting at about 3.6. The other thing that we've found is that there's a big difference between a rental community and a homeowner community, and we have quite a few of both. And what we find is that the garages do get filled up quite a bit in a rental community, a lot more than a homeowner community where they're individually owned. These other ones that I'm talking about, we own all the units in the development, even these townhome style. And we do find that there's a greater need for parking in those rental where they're all rentals. But people, when they live there, they tend to, people will be pack rats and they will fill up their garages. But by and large, there's a big difference between those two communities where they're more transient with the rentals and where they're going to stay there longer when they own them. So for your consideration.
So Tracy, can I ask a question? You're mentioning that you're really selling all these units, not renting. But from what we've noticed over at Toscana is a lot of those units have turned into rentals over the years. I don't know what the percentage is. I actually happen to be unique that I have an office right here in the town center, and I see the parking issues that Toscana is dealing with. I'm very nervous with having Blackstone coming in that there won't be parking really at all. I'm worried how the parking lots are going to fill up around here. I'm not even sure how I'm going to be able to access my office because I'm worried about how the parking will be and they'll stay overnight. And that's been some of the issues I've even seen over the past years.
Yeah, I can understand. Again, I guess all I can offer is that a 2.5 parking stalls per unit would be typical for this community as a city requirement in most cities. And again, we're sitting more than 3.6 overall.
So let's walk. Good.
We do have half of the units, and I think you said this earlier, we do have half of the units in the south end have driveways that can be parked in, and then the others would share the parking stalls on the street as far as their overflow.
Yeah, so let's look at your south, because this is what you're really talking about, your south. 15
Yes.
with no parking, 15 with parking. So you're 15 with no parking. If they fill their garage up, where are they going to go? You got 12 guest parking. I think we've got an issue with parking. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. I'm not really in favor of making a change for the from the basements because I think it could cause problems with parking. I agree that some owners will fill the basement and the garages. We can't stop that, but we can't say every one of them will do that. So I'm hoping those that don't will help us with our parking.
Yeah. Yeah, the 13 stalls at the end to service those 15 units, that's basically what you're saying. You're saying take the other 15 out of the equation that have driveways, and where will those 15 park if they overflow? And so that you get those 13 down at the bottom there. And so if you looked at the 2.5 ratio for the 15, you'd need about 7.5, call it 8 stalls. And we have 5 in addition to that in that row of parking.
Okay, so I'm looking, you've got some units that are closest to our splash pad. Looks like there might be 10 there that have no parking, another 5. So you got 15 right together, that can go and use your 13 stalls.
Yes.
I appreciate the thought process. I think our history says we have parking issues, and this might be a small effort. It's not going to, we'll have some of the homes that will fill up garages and their basement. I'm just hoping by having basements, it helps us with some of our parking.
And I'd like to chime in. I agree totally with Kurt's analysis.
This doesn't sound like I'm doing very well tonight.
That's only 2 council people.
Any other questions for our guest? All right, council, are you ready for the motion then?
I move that the city council denies the request to eliminate the stipulation subject to the following findings that would cause a safety concern by not having parking.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Okay, motion by Kurt Osler, second by Scott Smith. Tim, are you able to vote yet?
No.
Okay, then,
Now, we're voting to deny, but it says to
Correct.
approve on the motion.
That's a question. We are voting to deny.
deny, that we're voting on the motion, which was to
Yes,
deny.
I apologize. So I changed the screen. So you are voting on Councilmember Osler's motion to deny the application.
Okay.
Okay, once everybody's voted, Tim, would you go ahead and vote? Verbally. Did we lose Kim? Okay, Tim,
Yes.
passes unanimously. The motion to deny passes unanimously. Next item, ordinance amending chapter 3.08 purchases and encumbrances. Is that you, Nathan, as well?
Yes, sir. That's me. Excuse me. For the past several months, the staff has been working on revising our procurement procedures for a couple different reasons. One, to make sure that we have the right separation of duties, and to update our municipal code to come in line with our current processes and procedures. What staff is here is proposing to amend our procurement policies to better outline and better transparency in how we do procurement. The major changes to the ordinance include approval limits. We are proposing to change the purchasing levels and then change the increase in level in which a competitive bid is required. From 50 to 75. Over the last several years, we've done a number of capital projects. Some of those are sole sourced. Some of those are, and by doing this, it would allow us to complete those in a timely manner. One of the important thing to remember is one of the key part of this proposal is that all of the capital project studies, anything that we would be issuing contracts on would be included in the budget that's adopted by the council every fiscal year. You'll have a chart which will show the project and the estimated cost, and as long as that cost is within what we projected, we can proceed with that bid. Then we would come back to the council and report on what bids that we issued and how they were awarded. So that's a key fundamental change that we have, and it clarifies that process. Currently, there's always some debate in whether the council approved a project with the budget or not. And so this will make it very clear on what we do and how we operate. If a project, for example, we had the market study that was requested by the council a couple of years back, cost $32,000 or in change. That was not included in the budget. If we have another one of those, obviously those would all come before the council for approval prior to any solicitation. We'd also use discretion on the bid and RFP process, and making sure that we got the best price for the city. For example, if we were going to do a general plan update, obviously, we would do the RFP process for that. As I mentioned, it clarifies what each steps need to be taken for each type of procurement in the process and awarding a bid. And I mentioned the relation and how the bids are approved. As part of the budget and so forth. So with that, happy to answer any questions on it. Realize it's quite a bit more detail than we had previously, but be happy to go over it with you.
I'd just like to clarify things because I don't quite understand this process. I mean, up to this point, we've had anything over $25,000 come back to the council. Is that correct?
Anything
And you're
over
saying
25.
you could go up to 75,000 if it's in the, approved previously in the budget. Is that what you're telling me? Because I've read through this and I'm still kind of unclear on that.
So that doesn't change. So anything below $25,000 would require approval by the city administrator. Anything above would require council approval.
Anything above 25,000.
Correct. And all those projects would be included in the proposed annual budget each year. The change is at 75,000, the code requires the competitive bid or request for proposal process. That's the major change. So if it's over 25, it would come to the council for approval, particularly and most likely as part of the budget, and you would see all the projects list. For example, if we had a park that we wanted, if a park improvement that we had and it cost $25,000 or $30,000, that would be part of the budget, and the council would see that and we'd report back on how that worked.
So I'm still kind of unclear. So if there was a proposal up to $75,000 and you would have the ability to bid that out if it was already approved in the budget, it wouldn't have to come back to the council?
That would go to, if it's over 75, the bid would, let me verify if I'm making sure that I'm remembering correctly. So if you look in section 308-.070, it talks about awarding of bids and RFPs. The council, if it was approved as part of the annual fiscal budget, and if that bid was within 10%, then the contract could be awarded without having to come back to council.
And that could be a project up to 75,000?
That could be any project.
Any project?
Yes. So
Any
with the
project
idea
even over
that
75?
75 is the cutoff for what type of procurement process that you use. The other portion of this is all the projects are being approved by the council. So it's just a matter of when they're approved. And we want to make sure very clearly that in the annual budget, that all the projects are identified and approved by council at that time.
So Nathan, can we do an example here? Help me out with this example.
Yeah.
So for example, if let's say the council, we budgeted $100,000 to do a general plan update. We'd identify that as part of the budget. Staff would go and, well, this is a bad example because I'd want, let me think of a better example. Because in that particular case, that would come back to council because of the nature of the project, and I would want you guys to help select that firm. This is more construction projects where we have a well rebuild. We identify that in our maintenance plan and estimated cost. We go get bids, and if it's within that 10%, then we would go ahead and issue that bid.
So Nathan, you're saying when we approved the budget in June, we had a well upgrade project, then
Correct.
in spring, you go take it out to bid or fall, you're doing it under the authority of the council. And as long as
Right.
it comes within 10% of the budgeted amount, no other action on behalf of the council is required.
Correct.
So will we be informed of any of the bids or
Yes.
anything, or does this just go to
No,
whoever you
so,
choose? I don't
we
understand.
saw there's another city that actually is part of their agenda. They list the bids that have been approved, and for how much, as part of the agenda, and that's what we would do.
But we
So
wouldn't vote
Nate,
on it.
Nope. Yes, sir.
so why are you proposing this change? Share with us where there's been problems and why there needs to be a change.
Well, two things. One is, in some capital projects, we actually, have not been able to, respond as quickly as we've needed to, and trying to get something on, an agenda. The other thing is it burdens staff to provide the transparency up front of what exactly projects we're doing at the beginning of the fiscal year and those estimated costs. So this wouldn't apply to something like road projects where we don't know exactly what we're doing. We know we're gonna spend $1 million, but we don't know exactly what we're doing. Those obviously would be brought back. These would only be for specific projects. For example, if we had a water line upgrade, that's what it would be for. Or if we had a
Salt storage building.
design for a park, or rebuild a tennis court, or something like that, that the council has vetted with the budget process. It just moves when we vet that contract and vet that project to the annual budget versus mid-year
I'd
sometimes.
like to use two examples. So the first example is we have in the budget for a new boiler for the city hall. If it came up similar to what we saw on the agenda today, and it was Roberts, there was only one bid, and we'd said, hey, we think it's gonna be 30,000. They come in with a bid of 32. The staff could approve that without it coming to city council. Is that correct?
That would be correct, if we had the appropriate other bids. If you look at the procurement, it would still happen as it did today. So in that
No.
particular case, well, hold on, Kurt. In that particular case, with it being pre-approved as part of the budget, we would go out and solicit the bids up front. What we had today was a different scenario in that we already had a contractor on site. Two different scenarios. So, in your particular case with the bid for the boilers, let's assume it was approved a part of the budget. We go out, get our 3 bids, and then award it to the lowest bidder.
Does it require you to get 3 bids, or is that subject to what the staff
No, it
feels that they
doesn't.
can?
No, it requires it. So if you look at section 308.050,
Okay,
it says, notice inviting bid issues, state bid process, competitive bid, award, competitive seal awards in lieu of bids, et cetera. And then if you look at 308.060, choice of bid process, if it's below 75, we can do state bid, formal competitive bidding, without a notice, and then competitive sealed proposals.
so
This
share
is
with me where
between-
where there's been a problem for staff to be able to come and have it approved by the city council, where if it's known and they go get bids, why is there a problem for the city council to approve the expenses? Share with me where that's been a problem.
So, for example, we've had well projects where Todd has come to me and said, hey, we need to do this with it very quickly, and going through the bid process would have been a delay in being able to get that done. So it's basically in capital projects. Again, you realize this is not without council approval. It's just when that council approval happens. That council approval happens with the annual budget versus December 1st.
Okay, Nathan, you
That's
just
it.
confused me. You said we have to go get the competitive bids, but now you gave an example where we had to move fast and there was no bid, so it didn't need to come back to council. So I'm a little confused here.
I think we both are, what project would you like to go through so we can outline it for you?
You brought up one that Todd would use where he'd come in, it was in the budget and we need to get it done and he needs to do it fast. And you didn't go get the bid process. I'm a little confused if it was in the
No, we got our
budget.
bids.
Okay,
It was in the budget, but it wasn't specifically identified. So it's part of our utility maintenance plans, but the project wasn't specifically identified and discussed as part of the annual budget.
so you're saying that, okay, in our utility plan, we say we're gonna replace a pump house, motor or whatever, 118th North. We take it out to
Correct.
bid. We get the 3 bids back.
Yep.
Why does that have to be such a hurried process to get it done where it can't come to city council within 2 weeks versus has to be done that day?
Because there's sometimes when you're in the middle of look, this is just a proposal, right? We got this from from a couple other cities. It helps streamline the bid process. It helps streamline the approval process. It helps streamline agendas. If the council is uncomfortable with it, we're more than happy to change it back. But we felt that where we were was in an organization, and by having the projects approved up front and specifically identified and just moving that approval up front was better for our residents and better from a transparency standpoint than just having a line item in a budget that says building maintenance or well repair or something like that. So we're really trying.
I'm confused. How does this help us with our transparency with our residents? It sounds like the city gets bids, awards them, and then informs the city council what the work was done, versus right now it comes to city council, it's on an agenda to be discussed. We can pull it off the consent agenda or we can allow it to go forth as a consent item.
So again, Kurt, the difference is when you approve it. Right now, we go and we get, again, if the council doesn't want to do this, we're fine. We don't have a dog in the fight. We thought this would be a good thing to at least discuss. Right now, we approve a budget, okay? That line item budget may have $100,000 in well rehabilitation, right? When on December 1st, we define exactly what the project is, and then we go get bids. And then we bring it back to the council to approve those bids. Under this proposal, we define exactly what the project is as part of the annual budget. We list it in a spreadsheet, well rehab, replace 4 pumps at this well site for this amount. It's basically capital facility planning and improving as part of the annual budget versus what we're doing now.
So,
go
ahead, Scott.
Okay, let me just, I share Kurt's concerns here too, because, when I look at the budget, it's a mass of facts, figures, estimations, and things. And I'm not sure that when we pass the budget that we really are going to be able to say, we're going to do all these capital improvements this year and, just run with them. I think as stewards of the people's tax money, that the council should have more input into these projects as they go along. And it's not to deny or delay them particularly. I just think we should be able to tell the citizens, hey, we were involved, we discussed it, we understand it, rather than just saying, kind of run with it, because we talked about it briefly at the budget. Because, we haven't got hours and hours to talk about the budget on each one of these projects. And, I find, I got an email from one of the other council members this week. How do you understand these budgets? I'm really uncomfortable. I'd just like to keep it the way it is and bring it to the council, because we should be meeting twice a month. I'm not sure any of these projects are such a rush that you can't bring them forward to the council and we can discuss it and have some input into it. I'd like to see the facts and figures. We have a small budget. I just think we need to have as much control over that as we can.
Okay, so again, you'll see the facts and figures, it's just the timing. We will go back and revise, if it's the will of the council, we'll go back and revise 308-0701 and 2, to do that. Or you can make Rob can figure out some language, but that's the only section that needs to be changed. And all we have to do is say, bids and purchases, over X amount, whatever the council wants to choose, brought back to the city council for approval. That's all we got to say.
No, and I think Scott brings up very good points. I've only been on the council for 2 years or 2.5 years. I noticed that what we approve in the budget, in 6 months, it seems like things have changed, our priorities, our projects. One was you brought up the master plan where we allocated 100,000. And as we started moving down the path, that had changed. And we could have had the city staff already gotten bids and starting to move that direction. And I know you mentioned, hey, I have to come back and ask council on that. But it could have been a project that got out ahead of us that we maybe wanted to change and is coming about in March. So,
if staff is that disconnected with council, then we're probably not doing our job, as far as that type of project goes. Again, going back to what I said before, those number 1 and 2 would just need to be changed. The rest of the text in the current language, in the proposed language, is consistent with what we're doing now. So all you would say is professional services contracts above X amount shall be approved by the council. That's all you got to say. And then number 1 and 2.
If I can, this is Rob, add a comment to that. The city's code is a little bit unclear on certain parts of the procurement process, and there's some contradictory language. This does clarify all of that. So I think what I'm hearing from the 2 council members is the concern about bringing it back. That's, like Nathan is saying, we can change those 2 sections, but are there any concerns about any other part of this? Because this is intent is to clarify and streamline the process of how we handle bids, when we handle bids, who does that. Are there any other concerns aside from the timing of bringing it back to the council?
Council?
I don't have any other concerns with that, just maybe clarify those 2 other parts.
So it looks like we can either continue this until it's corrected and comes back corrected as a whole, or we could approve part of it and then ask for the other part to be continued and brought back at another council meeting.
I'd like to see it all come back at once so we can see it all together.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, will somebody make a motion?
I move that we continue item number 5 concerning 3.08 purchases and encumbrances.
I'll second it.
So it's been moved and seconded that we continue item 5. Are we ready to vote? We're ready to vote.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, and then let's let Tim vote before we display the results.
Yes.
So Tim's a yes. Okay. That passes unanimously. Next, a discussion on Utah State Auditor's fraud risk assessment and potential actions.
Am I on?
Yes. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, Council. We thought we would bring this up. The state auditor presented at the GFOA, that's the Government Finance Officers Association in St. George last April, talking about trying to lower the fraud risk for all, government entities in the state. And they kind of massaged this document and asked for comments in November and December and January, and they came out with a final auditor alert. Most of the comments revolved around, they had a lot of points required for audit hotline, an internal auditor, and audit committee, which made it almost impossible to get into the low category for fraud risk. So if you want to go to the next slide. Sorry, one more. So the auditor came out with an alert in February, and he developed a fraud risk assessment that they are trying to use as identifying best practices for fraud detection, say, in cities. And their recommendations is what there is not required as far as implementing all their recommendations. And it's also not a replacement of what our financial auditors come out in July and October and audit our financial statements and produce our financial statement, because that's a different type of audit. It's an educational tool of for all the entities to start thinking about how to lower fraud risk. So if you go to the next slide. To give you an example how a fraud risk, and when the financial auditors come in, say, for example, if they look at an invoice in July, they'll see what it's for. If it's for a truck, they're going to want to ask, was the truck delivered in June or July? Because we want to make sure it gets booked into the proper facility. And then they'll ask, is it a fixed asset, and did you book it in fixed assets? So that's what our auditor that does the financial statements would be asking. That was his main concern. Fraud risk would be asking, did you get the proper approvals to buy this item? And did it go through the requisition process? So that's kind of the difference between fraud risk and the financial audit. The fraud risk is looking to make sure there was approval to buy an item, and the financial auditors are looking to make sure you book the item in the proper period and into the proper account number. So let's go to the next page. So this is a points-based questionnaire, and the higher number of points you get, of course, they presume that you're going to have a lower fraud risk. And it is kind of categorized, and that is true. So they have 9 best practices questions that they ask cities to answer. And on question number 1, there's an additional 12 questions that you have to answer yes to get the points for your basic separation of duties.
And that was the highest point category on the list, right? That had 200 points.
Correct. So go to the next slide. Do we list it? So yeah, here's what has, so we have to complete the fraud risk assessment before the end of the fiscal year. Nathan and I have to sign off on it and submit it to the state auditor to show how many points we have on all our procedures right now. So they're not going to withhold any money if you don't get a score of 300 or something like that. Once again, it's based to start thinking about where are we at on the fraud risk risk point line, and how can we do better? So that's what they really want to do. But they want us to go through this discipline at least before the end of this year and send to them what number of points that we currently have or will have before the end of the year. So if you go to the next slide. So separation of duties, that's very important. Since we're such a small city, it's hard to do the separation of duties, but you get 200 points. If you get 200 points, you have to answer yes to 12 sub-questions. If you answer yes to 11 of them and no on one of them, you get 0 points. So they want to make sure you're doing all the basic separation of duties. And then they allow 5 points for, do you have policies on conflict of interest? Somebody got a question?
I just
Okay.
heard the cough or sneeze or something.
So you get 5 points of your policy for A through I. And just to let you know, for example, a lot of our things that we sign off on our employee handbook, so we basically have a conflict of interest statement. We have an ethical behavior statement, not in full detail. We have a travel policy, we've got a credit card policy. So we're getting some of the points in having policies written, but I think we can do a little bit better. And then if you go to the next slide, they give you 3 points if you have a CPA, a CMA, a CIA, a CFE. So luckily I'm a certified management accountant, so we get to 20 points for that. And then they're asking for all employees and elected officials to annually commit in writing to abide by a statement of ethical behavior. Technically, I'm not sure that we do that. And actually required for all elected officials, they should go to the state auditor site. There's about a 45-minute to an hour training on fraud risk. So that's not even part of the assessment originally, but that was required of all new council members and elected officials. They're also asking for 40 hours of continuous education every year by somebody to get 40 hours. Now, for my CMA, I have to get 30. So I told them getting 40 might be difficult. So whether we get those points or not, I don't know. We have to maybe spend more time for myself getting training. And then the last 3 items were the items that a lot of my fellow finance directors commented on. A lot of the cities right now don't have a fraud hotline. They don't have an internal audit function. Utah County does because they're big enough to have 3 or 4 of their own internal auditors, but a lot of the cities are too small to have their own internal audit function. And then they want a formal audit committee. And for each one of those, you get 20 points. So let's go to the next slide. So right now we're at about 55 points because we don't satisfy all the requirements in the basic separation of duties, but we're working on that. So for example, they say someone other than the clerk, and in their documentation, the clerk is the finance director, and that's me. Well, I reconcile the bank accounts and nobody else is going to do it. So to mitigate that, I talked to the auditor, and if we have the treasurer, Candace, review the bank statement itself, that will satisfy that. And then they ask someone other than the clerk, meaning me, review all general ledger accounts. Well, that's my job when I do the budget and looking at the budget to actuals. I told the auditor, I said, nobody else is going to look at these accounts in detail like I'm going to, because that's what they pay me for. He goes, well, as long as they have the opportunity to look at the detail, then that's okay. So he said, if I gave each department chair access to account inquiry in the accounting system, that they'd look at the detail for each account number that they had a question on, that would satisfy that. So there's a couple of the things that we can use to mitigate why we haven't satisfied all the basic separation of duties. So we do have most of the policies in place, but the 4 through 9, which is especially the fraud hotline, the audit function, and the audit committee, we don't have in place. So let's go to the next section. So just consider an option to try to get as many points as possible and reduce fraud risk for the city. We could update some of our policies, implement the ethical behavior statement, make sure all the elected officials get the auditor training. And then I talked to Rob. One of the potential things would be if we had a fraud hotline, they call our attorney to report anything they might consider as an abuse or a possible fraud happening within the city. Rob then could take it to the audit committee and say, I got a report from this person saying we think there might be fraud committed by the finance director. Well, that's never going to happen. And then the formal audit committee. Some cities have the mayor, a council member, and a city administrator, or they have 2 council members and a mayor, or some of them have a finance director from another city, assistant city administrator, the administrator, and 2 council members. So there's a whole makeup of these. So one of the things could be, or formal audit committee, just to throw the idea out, could be the mayor and 2 council members. So if, for example, if Rob received a report, and he will report to the committee, and then the committee can decide if they need to hire an internal auditor, another audit firm to come in and check to see if fraud was actually occurring. Now, if we go to the next slide, another possibility is we hire an outside CPA firm. Now, I've sent an email to 2 CPA firms that are on the state auditors list as reputable and asked them certain questions of, for example, if you came out and looked at our bank statements quarterly, our travel expenses quarterly, our credit card statements, looked at some major journal entries, see if the fund balances have changed dramatically from month to month. If you did something like that, what would it cost? And they haven't gotten back to me yet, but if we decided to move in that direction, then you could have the CPA firm possibly be the fraud hotline. And they would come back and say they got an email and a phone call of potential fraud within the city, and then they would contact the mayor and the council or whoever made up the fraud committee, and then they would come out and investigate. Most of the cities I've talked to right now, to implement the internal audit function by CPA requires a little bit more diligence, because you're gonna have to give them a list of items that you think should be audited, and they may come up with some suggestions, and then you have to sign a contract of when you're gonna come out and how often you're gonna come out and how that would operate. But technically, you can't internal audit yourself. So I can't be the internal auditor and the finance director. I can do my best to make sure that we don't have fraud happen. But if you're going to have somebody check it, it needs to be somebody from the outside so that they have an independent view and aren't influenced by anybody. So go to the last slide, I think it is. So the other option is kind of like not do anything right now. We just report it to the state auditor and don't move forward with trying to get a higher audit score and take their advice. That would be kind of bad, because it's like anything else. If you're not doing best practices and something did occur within the city, it wouldn't look very well in the newspaper. But if we were doing all that we could to mitigate fraud and something happened, you can just say, hey, we followed best practices by the state auditor, and yet something still occurred. Because you're never going to catch everything if you get collusion between people in your city. So that's just what's happening with the state auditor right now, and having moved forward with a fraud risk assessment. So I thought I would bring that up with the city council. Anybody have any questions for me? Yeah, I don't know.
I have a
what they,
question.
Sure.
I have a question. So we had an auditing firm that comes in every year and audits everything and gives us a report. Does that change? Or do we
No.
have them more involved?
No, the financial auditor, Keddington and Christensen, is basically looking at to see if our internal controls are good enough that we will not materially misstate our financial statements. But they're not going to do an in-depth look at every internal control to see if policies are followed and things like that. That's what this internal auditor would do. That's the difference. One is more of a putting the books together and making sure things were booked in the correct period, versus internal auditors actually coming and looking at, is your policy good? Did you follow your policy, or did you violate your policy? Is there somebody out there trying to steal assets, steal cash, steal other things? That's what they're looking for. It's kind of a whole different focus. So we still have to
Option
have
2, it says hire an outside CPA firm. Does anybody have any idea how much that would cost, or if we just do if there's a problem? I mean, how does that work?
Well, I've sent an email to 2 accounting firms asking for a ballpark quote. I said, I can't hold you to your quote, but just give me an idea. If I had you come out quarterly, how many hours do you think it would take to do the following things? And I gave them a list of like 12 things, which included, checking the bank statement balances, credit card statements, any travel expenses put through, any journal entries that were of large amounts, and looking at fund balances to see if anybody had done something funny. I haven't gotten back yet, heard from them, but some of them charging anywhere from $60 to $100 an hour. I would guess a ballpark figure might anywhere between $8,000 and $10,000, depending on how often they came off. But that's just off the top of my head, looking at their hourly rates.
So
and our
would
financial
this be an
auditors
expense
can't.
every quarter or every year, or?
Well, I'm sure they'd want to sign a 1-year contract, and if we do it this way, I would think we'd do something quarterly. So you could try it for a year and see if it's worth the money, and then not sign another contract after that if we wanted to move in that direction. But your financial auditor can't be your internal auditor. That violates one of their principles of auditing, because then they'd be auditing themselves.
But you're audited once a year by the state, correct? In October?
No, that's our financial auditors. It's required by the state to have an audited financial statement. So that's what Keddington and Christensen does. They help us produce the financial statements that are required by the state auditor. Along this year, we did a comprehensive annual financial report. So that's what
Well,
they do.
what
They-
goes on in October when we kind of decide, September, October, if we've exceeded the 25% reserve? I thought there was some sort of auditing process that occurs at that time. Is that just you
Yeah, that's-
only? And,
No, that's the financial auditors and myself.
okay.
So that's Keddington and Christensen. That's not something that the internal auditor would do. It wouldn't be looking so much at the 25% balance once again. Looking more, delving into your transactions. Did you follow your policy of putting a requisition out, and was a requisition approved? And did it go to the right approval process? And did you have a travel policy where if you say you got to get pre-approval before you go to St. George, Utah, can you prove to me that you got pre-approval to go to St. George, Utah for a conference, or did you just decide to go on yourself and submit the receipts later? So that's the kind of stuff they're looking for. Make sure your travel has got receipts attached and things like that to make sure, if somebody's not padding their expense report. So there's a whole different focus, more transaction-based by the internal auditor and more financial statement-based for the other auditors.
It's financial versus fraud. Gary, so I just have a question. What do you suggest we do in order to have enough points to be low risk? I mean, because I'm looking at this and I mean, we have money issues right now, but the best solution would be to hire an outside CPA firm. I mean, we could do a council subcommittee. I just wouldn't put a lot of trust into it because we don't have this to look for those fraud.
Yeah, the other thing would be implement the fraud hotline and an audit committee without the internal auditor, and you try to get your best principles and basic separation of duties. And then if somebody reported what they thought was a fraud, then the audit committee could say, well, we think we've got a serious issue here.
Okay.
Then we bring in a CPA firm on a contract basis to take a look at the books.
So we wait until it occurs and then bring in someone?
Correct. That would be an alternative.
In case of where the CPA firm is looking, he's still looking, and then you probably won't catch anything till it happens anyway, right? You're looking for funny things that happen. You'll catch it sooner.
The financial auditors or the internal auditor?
The internal auditors. They're auditing every quarter, but they're looking for anomalies, right?
Correct. They look to see if your fund balance changed from one instance to another. Like I have friends in California, one of the cities had negative fund balances in a couple of funds, and they were doing a journal entry from the fund that had money into the fund that had zero money, and they were out on the next day, July 1st, after the financial statements would be produced. That sounds pretty shady. That's the kind of thing an internal auditor would find.
Right.
Trying to hide fund balance.
So without an auditor, you're waiting for somebody to be a whistleblower.
Correct. See, which is why you hired me when the FBI did a 9-month background check to work for a nuclear weapons lab. Your first line of defense is to hire honest people, but they can always decide to do something dishonest. But that's your first line of defense, is your good background checks on employees.
I feel like this is a hard one. I have been a whistleblower on fraud as an intern, and it had been going on for many, many years. And if we had a CPA firm, it would have been caught a lot sooner. So this is tough though, because also, I mean, they cost a lot of money to hire.
Yeah, we don't have to make a decision. I can come back when the CPA firms give me a approximate cost, and we can make a decision then. But this is, if you read through the fraud, I think everybody has a copy of the questionnaire at some point. You can look at the details. But there's no doubt about it. The higher the points we get, it's been proven that they usually lessen the fraud risk in your entity.
So we could get to 335 without a CPA firm.
Correct.
That would be best practices anyway, right?
Right. And like I say, this whole thing is an educational process to move in this direction that we get, not so much trying to get as many points as we get now, but move in the direction that just makes us less susceptible to any fraud happening.
Gary, thank you for bringing this up.
Yeah.
I do think it's a concern we all need to look at. I know you mentioned doing nothing is not the best practices. So as we look at it, let's wait back to see what we hear back from the CPA. As Councilman Riddell has mentioned, or Councilperson Riddell has mentioned, that would be the best, but there might be some cost prohibitions there. And then at that time, we can maybe look to see what might be other options.
Okay.
I agree with that too, Gary. Thanks for your work on this.
Thanks, Gary.
All right.
So since this was just a discussion item, I think staff has guidance now. Is there anything else people want to bring up about this subject? Then let's move on to item 7, fiscal year 2021 budget overview.
I'll do a brief introduction.
Yeah, we sent out, we're on version 7 of the budget for next year.
Hold on, Gary. Gary, hold on.
Oh,
Gary, can I ask a favor? Could you
Sure.
speak a little slower? I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying.
Sure.
I don't know if my hearing's getting bad, or it's just the echo, or this wonderful Zoom process, but maybe talk just a little bit slower.
Okay.
Okay. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to go through a general overview and try to define the big picture and where we are today. We've asked the department heads to review each individual general fund budget with you, and then the superintendents are going to present the capital and maintenance projects and the enterprise fund budgets also. So that's our plan this evening.
Can I ask you a quick question before
Yes.
we do this? So I looked at the material that Gary sent out, it was on the 20th, I believe, and then the slides from last time on the 28th. Are we going to get a copy of these things?
Copy of what we have here?
Yeah. Have you already
Yes.
sent those out?
Yes, so nothing's changed from the material that we sent out. But we can resend that if you would like. One of the things that's important to understand is when in 2010, 11, 12, there was quite a bit of cuts to the budget. And there has been in the last 4 years to fund other things. And so we run in the general fund, we run a very lean budget. Most of our costs, all our costs are associating with operations. There's very little in there with proactivity as far as saving for future expenses, things like that. And as we talked about previously, most of the budgets are personnel costs. When we were starting to prepare the preliminary budget is when the COVID situation hit. And we understood very quickly that that this would impact the adoption of the preliminary budget. In a typical process, preliminary budget usually morphs into the final budget with some minor changes or very few changes. In this particular instance, it'll be quite the opposite. This will be because we just don't have information, particularly on revenue impacts. As related, as you know, we've had quite a significant, and we will have quite a significant impact on sales tax, gas tax, our planned building permit revenue, some property tax collection may be delayed in getting that property tax. We'll get it eventually, but in collection may be delayed, as it had been in the past recession.
Now, are you talking about delinquent taxes there, or just, people just won't pay their property tax?
We would get it through delinquent taxes. If you recall in our discussions previously, actually, our delinquent taxes went up during the recession. We usually have about 85–90% tax collection rate. We expect that to change. We've actually had people come to us and tell us they can't pay utility bills. And so there's a number of things going on right now as it relates to revenue that will have impacts moving forward on this fiscal year and next fiscal year. The Utah League of Cities and Towns produced a study working with a firm analyzing sales tax, and based on the information that they have. That study did assume a 50-50 split versus local option versus the state shared option. As you know, we're at 75% plus and state shared and 25% local. So we do have that information. It's helped. I'll go over that in a second here. May 11th, the Utah State Tax Commission has agreed to provide preliminary sales tax data for what would be May, which would be our March reporting. March is only has, we shut down about March 12th, March 13th. So it'll give us an indication. It won't be everything, and we won't have any of the June data until the regular June deadline on about the 20th. So between ULCT, some preliminary sales tax data and additional information that comes forward, I think we'll be much better prepared on the 19th to talk about the revenues and revenue projections that we have. That's different than what we talked about last meeting. One of the things that we've decided to do is take a very conservative approach to our revenue projections. We've always done this with our budget. It's helped quite a bit in building our reserves, but it's much easier to add additional expenditures rather than subtract those expenditures in the future. What we have found, though, is really the question for the council is how much of our reserves do we use and for how long? That'll go into projections on recovery. We've heard that the job status or number of jobs in Utah wouldn't return to 2019 levels until the end of 2021. So this is going to have a pretty lasting impact on us. And if you recall, it took us about 5 years plus to recover the sales tax that we lost during the last recession. Calendar, as far as the calendar goes, Lone Pea Public Safety District will consider a preliminary budget next week on the 13th. We have a preliminary that we have to adopt by the state on the 19th. We've had plenty of times where the preliminary is not the final. It's just something that's required to do. The final needs to be done by June 22nd. We are planning a work session on June 9th with the council to discuss the budget in further detail. We may have some more, another work session between now and then, depending on how fast we get information. So to talk about the ULCT study, I don't know who have a chance to read that. As I mentioned, it assumed a 50-50 split. Ours is a 75-25. Based on analysis of the study, the current fiscal year, we have about $100,000 less than what ULCT is projecting. Next fiscal year is about $36,000. So that May 11th date is a key date for us, and it'll be able to test the assumptions both in the ULCT study and the assumptions that we've done in the budget so far. June 20th, I mentioned, is when we'll have the April numbers, and that'll be the most because, as you know, we were shut down for the most in April. One of the key things that we're gonna have to do is plan on, sometimes we'd like to set a budget and go forward. But I think this one, we're gonna have to analyze by, quarters and make sure that we're flexible, and then we change and we adapt to, the new information that comes in. Everybody is doing, best guesses, based on, their professional opinions, and whether it's Lehigh or any other city, that's the goal. And we're trying our best to do that, but we really won't know until we actually see data. So this slide here represents fund balance. It is broken by cash and fund balance. As Gary mentions, fund balance in a company is like retained earnings. And then we have our cash balance. The black line is the cash balance. One of our goals is to try to maintain 3 months of operating expenses, which we spend about $700,000 a month. And the lines that you see on the right side represent fund balance. So if our projections are accurate, where we have about just over $250,000 and $270,000 this fiscal year and $270,000 next fiscal year, use of fund balance, it would take us about 5 years to get from where we are today to the 5%. Now, we don't want to get to 5%. We have other things that we need to plan for, other disasters. We had an earthquake in the middle of this. We had some damage to buildings. It was superficial, but we could have future issues like that. We've dealt with fires. We've dealt with flooding, with microburst, things like that. So you can kind of see the colored lines there on where that fund, and we sent that out in email so you guys can have with the accompanying spreadsheet that generated this chart, so you have plenty of time to look through that.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
At this point. So are you saying for any kind of an emergency issue, like if we had an earthquake or whatever, we would have to pay for anything from our reserves or from our budget? Do we have any insurance or anything that helps us cover those costs, or how does that work?
No, we'll have insurance. We have it through the trust. We have a number of things. A lot of times in a disaster like that, your funding and your insurance funding delays the actual need to repair something. We also have issues that come up. For example, the air conditioners, replacing new trucks when there's accidents, things like that, that aren't budgeted, that we would have to use reserves for.
But some of the reserves could be compensated in the future from insurance.
Yeah, assuming a building was destroyed, yes, or
Something
fire,
like that,
it would be.
but up front,
yes.
we'd need that money.
Up front, yeah. So enterprise funds, when we did the utility rate study 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I think it was. Yeah, I want to say 4 years ago. Just to mention, we are planning on reviewing and updating utility rate study this year. And the cost of those studies actually built in the utility rate fees. Anyways, some of the goals were to have 90 days of operating cash on hand. All the projects that were planned for, the city did not want to go into additional debt, so we had to collect cash for that. One thing it's important to note is the utility rate studies did not include the Boyer projects. And when I say that is, the development of Boyer itself will pay for their portion of the project, but there is extra capacity that we're building that is responsible for, that the city is responsible for, and the utility rate study didn't include either of those. So we don't have funding for the projects that we're going through. We'll get reimbursed through impact fees, but we do have to, on the developer portion of the project, but we do have to pay for it up front, and we have to cover our cost associated with water line upgrades or the lift station upgrade that we have and some other things. We also have a debt service ratio with the PI fund. I don't recall off the top of my head that we had to cover for our bonding. We included that. And so what staff did is we looked at our capital projects that we have planned from 20 to 21. We also have meters in there and sewer lining. That's it's another year after that. And what we looked at our cash that we had. Now this is not restricted. You know, some of the cash is restricted with impact fees and so forth. But this is just total cash. It gives you an estimate. And we minused the project cost, the estimated project cost that we did in December with the cash. And you see the numbers in front of you of what we'd have remaining in cash. You'll notice PI is really quite low. This doesn't include any additional expenditures or revenue collected. This just as a point in time as of today, that's what we'd have.
Yeah, let me ask another question. So what you're saying is the projects that are slated to be done this year, right?
Correct.
So if you pay for those, this is the money that's left in the funds, right?
That's correct.
So this is kind of what's left of your reserve. So we're doing some pretty good projects this year,
Yep.
right?
We're doing some
And
big
we
stuff.
planned for these by building up our reserves, because at one time, I think we had $10, $11 million in the bank. And we're spending a lot of it this year.
Mhm.
But this is what's left.
Yep, that's what's
Okay.
left.
So that looks like about not quite 4.5 million, maybe
Yeah.
4.2 or something.
Yeah, and each fund operates independently from
Right.
each other, right? So,
So how are we gonna pay for the pond upgrade in 3 to 4 years?
sorry, Mayor?
So we have a scheduled PI project to expand the pond at the mouth of the canyon. And as I recall, that was like
Yeah,
a
so,
$1 million project.
right, so additional fees would be collected for that. So,
Between now and then.
that's how we would pay for it, yeah.
Having
Mayor?
that plan.
Nathan, can I answer that?
Sure.
So if you look at what we're doing this year, as far as all of the enterprise funds across the board, we're going to spend close to $8 million in projects this year, more than we've spent in years and years put together. And that's why Scott is correct that if you look the last couple of years, we were very, very heavy on cash in these accounts, but we were waiting for these projects to come up. The PI fund has some catching up to do that large project, but we're doing such a large amount in PI this year that it's taking it down to that amount.
So does that include the money stuff we're doing this year? Does that include some work on the Boyer project?
Yeah. So if you give us just
not budgeted for, right?
Yeah, if you give us a few minutes, we have all of our superintendents on the call right now. Each one of them have a slide coming up, and they will explain what projects we're doing this year.
And they'll say
Can I
this.
ask one more question before we move on?
What was that, Scott?
So these projects we've got slated, and I know we've been planning to do them, do they all have to be done this year? Because it sounds like things are being delayed. Some of the costs may come in cheaper, I mean, for some of the roads and things. I know the Boyer project is being delayed by 4 months.
Yeah,
What I hear.
Yeah, Scott, we actually thought about that. We got together as staff and said, can we push any of these off? But in looking at the bid prices that we've got coming back right now, it's a good time to spend our money.
Because things are cheaper.
Right. We feel like
Are you getting better bids?
Right. We were already worried about some of the estimates we had because of prices that we had seen in the fall. But right now, with the few projects that we have bid, they're actually coming in under budget. And so we feel like this is a great time to get all of these projects done and hopefully save the city some money.
Since we have the cash right now in the
Correct.
enterprise funds. Yeah.
Correct.
it's not just only we had the cash, but there are projects that we've earmarked, like, Todd, I know, and I'll wait for you guys to have your guys go through. I'm really excited to hear from your different guys on the different projects.
Yeah, and Scott, a lot of these projects are needed right now. I mean, we looked at this, and yes, it's a very busy year, but they're slated for this year for a reason, because we're hitting kind of the plateau of what we can supply water, supply sewer. We've got to do these projects now. So.
Well, we've got the cash and it's going to be cheaper. So to me, it's a good thing.
Okay. So Scott asked a question about deficits and what happened the last fiscal year 17 and 18 and 18, 19. One thing to realize is staff, if it's not in the approved budget, we do make sure that council has approved the additional expenditures, either through direct action or as part of mid-year and final budget adjustments. But we do try to keep you informed. It's one of the a few of these, like building maintenance and things like that, were all included in weekly reports and things like that. But in fiscal year 17-18, we had a deficit of just about $48,000, almost $48,000. We had additional expenditures of $178,000 that were approved by the council. We had some capital IT costs, building maintenance costs. If you'll notice, building maintenance is a big issue that we have the last 3 years. We had some legal costs. We made a choice as part of the fire budget, Lone Peak Public Safety budget, to fund some capital out of that fiscal year rather than moving it to the next fiscal year. We worked with Alpine and Cedar Hills on that. It was just more budget friendly, and we had the money at the time. We also had increase, and this isn't all the additional, this is just the main ones, in engineering review, plan review, hiring engineers and professional services.
Can I make a little
Can I
comment
make-
about that?
Can I make a comment?
Sure. I'd like to make one too, if I could.
Who wants to go first?
Well,
Gary,
drop.
can Gary make a,
Yeah.
can you hear Gary?
Go ahead, Gary.
I just, real fast take, I looked at fiscal year 16 and 17 versus 17 and 18. And one of the differences was the cemetery revenue was in the general fund in 16, 17. And we set up the cemetery reserve fund in 17, 18. So we lost $150,000 in revenue. Also in 16 and 17, I moved some of the impact fees to the general fund before transferring it to the debt service fund. The following year, that $200,000 just went straight to the debt service fund. So in essence, if you compare 16 and 17 and 17, 18, there was $300,000 less revenue also. That's,
Yeah,
when you
I
analyze
just want to
this
make my
stuff,
comment though. Yeah, for the new council members, though, in those years, when we had revenue against expenses, we actually had surpluses above the 25%. And so a lot of these expenditures came afterward that we approved. Is that right? Because we did have surpluses those 2 years.
They came after budget approval, yes.
Yeah, but these came later, and then we went back in there. And so, it looks like we've had all these deficits every year, which I guess theoretically they are, but we actually had surpluses in those years that went into the reserve, and then we kind of compensated by covering these new expenses from money that went in the reserve. It's just a lot of accounting things that I think is kind of confusing sometimes, because when I saw the budget stuff, I thought, well, I remember we had surpluses those years, and I went back and asked former council members, and they agreed. So we made additional expenditures, which is delineated here, and then we ran into deficits. But it came from the reserve, these deficits, correct?
Yeah, it came
We had the
from-
money there, so.
Yes, we had the money. So in 18-19, we actually had $185,000 deficit, $279,000 in additional expenditures. One was a library fund, Gary can mention that. Building maintenance again, we had legal costs. The council asked for a market analysis. $105,000 of that was for Mountain Ridge Park. Remember, we hadn't sold Spring Creek at that point, so we had to pay for that. We had to replace a truck out of the general fund. We also lost quite a bit of revenue that year in building permits because they took a dive. And we cut in half our projection on building permit revenue, and that it also impacted the general fund because we had to increase the amount of money from the general fund to pay our debts. One of the things I think that this shows is that by staff doing a very conservative approach in our revenues, if you look over these years, sales tax and property tax came in higher than what we had initially projected. It's allowed us to minimize the impact on the reserves. When you're talking $278,000 and we only have 185 impact and we lost that revenue, I think we do a pretty good job in our approach, and we make sure that we're spending money on needs and not wants. We don't buy a lot of extra stuff. We try to make sure that if there are things that we need to do, we make sure the council's informed and is part of that decision.
You know, Nathan, I also want to mention, I think it's really important for us also to understand that we don't have reserves for like some of these buildings where we're doing the HVAC or even these boilers or even some of our, we don't have reserves out there to help us. And so we have to sometimes rely on hopefully having a surplus.
Correct. That's what we use it for.
Well, I thought surplus and reserves were similar. I mean, you build a reserve from the surplus, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we use it for. So here, the next two slides are how we're going to review the departments. I have an email right here that has the version 7 of the budget. If you want me to send it to you real quick, if you don't have it handy, then I can do that. I'll take council and court and administration. Aaron will help a little bit as needed there. Gary will review the finance budget. Aaron is doing recorder. Gary will do treasurer. Donna will do library. I'll do planning and zoning. And then we get into public works. Building department will be Todd. Streets and roads, Ty. Engineering department will be Todd. Parks is Josh. And cemetery, community events, and garbage will be Aaron. Then you have Josh, Trevor, Van, Jeff, Todd, and there's really not much to change in cemetery, so you can just review that quickly. So in looking at the council, but anybody want me to email that to them real quick?
What is it you're asking about emailing us?
The version 7 of the budget that was sent last Tuesday.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like it too. Somehow I missed that one. I've seen the 20th.
I haven't ever seen it.
Yeah, it was on the 20th, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the 20th?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Last Tuesday, I was gonna say, that was 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago.
They all run together right now.
Okay, so it's the one that Gary sent out, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I got it.
All right. Okay, send it again just in case you need it. If you look at the council budget primarily has, well, we asked the departments to focus on things that are kind of abnormal or we thought needed additional explanation. If you look at the council budget for I have some notes on a different document I'm pulling up.
Nathan, would you have each one of them when they talk, please share what number of the budget they're talking about to make sure we're on the same page?
Yes, my apologies. We're talking about 1041, count 1041. And so we have salary ranges, obviously like that. We have professional services. That covers projects and things that the council likes us to do throughout the year. And then we have council appropriations, and miscellaneous supplies and expenses. If we feed you, if we do things, for a meeting, things like that. So those are the two main ones that come out of that budget. And let me pull one other up, and I'll give you some additional examples here, if it'll pull up real quick. There we go.
I can't pull it up either.
Okay. The court is an interesting animal. We've had a number of changes in court. Some of the state laws have changed where we've had to do additional public defenders, and the fines and revenue have changed also with the state. We have, this is a joint justice court with Alpine, and so we both pay portions of it. That's why in the revenue section you'll see revenue for the court. Most of the costs come out of revenue. There's some, so it's pretty stable budget. It doesn't have a lot of changes to it year to year. We've gone through it with the judge and the court clerk, and you can see changes to it throughout the years, like the public defender's gone up quite a bit, and that's for state requirements, and we actually have to pay the state quite a bit with it too when we have cases. So administration, 1043. Some of the things that you may not be aware of is professional organizations, memberships. That is, let me make sure I'm doing the right one. So going back to the council on 1041, Kurt, you had a question on professional organizations. That's MAG, Utah League of Cities and Towns, Lone Peak Business Alliance, and so forth. That comes out of 1041-21. In the 1043-21 professional organizations, that's the organizations for myself and Aaron as it relates to Utah City Managers Association and Planning Association for myself in there. Office supplies, a few years back, what we did is each individual budget used to have their own individual office supplies. We decided to take them out of the individual budgets and just place them in this account right here. Personnel recruitment, that goes for any advertising or testing that we have to do for that. And continuing education, you're going to hear this round and round, when we all have initials beyond on the other side of our names or titles. We do have continuing education costs that we have, and that's where the travel or anything associated with that comes out of that account. You can see building maintenance and what's happened to that over the past few years. Utilities, and then you have IT. Each department has an IT. What we're trying to do is save money for computer replacement going forward. We had a big expense a couple years ago where we had to replace servers, we had to replace desktops. We were just out of date and needed to do that for security reasons. 1045 is the auditor. That's a standard fee that we pay every year. Gary, would you like to do finance now?
Can I do finance and treasurer at the same time? Okay, on the budget for finance this year was $167,900, and the finance budget for next year is $167,900, so it's flat. And the budget for treasurer, I'm gonna jump over Aaron here. This year is 51,500, and next year it's 48,600. It's dropping because I think the new treasurer's salary is not paid as much as the old treasurer. So most of the costs in finance and treasury are salaries and benefits. We do have continuing education and mileage reimbursements, but most of it's salary and benefits. I'm done.
Can I ask a quick question? So, you know, it seems to me, I mean, everything's uncertain right now. We don't know what our revenue is going to be. But when I was on the council in 2010, we were in the middle of the recession, and we unfortunately had to go through line items and cut little bits here and there. And I'm just wondering if some of these things we're talking about, like educational and professional things, they're nice things to have. I think they're important, but I'm just wondering if we're going to need to look at some of these and either delay some of them or cut them if we need to from the budget, because we're going to have to look at lots of little cuts, I think, because I don't know how we're going to raise revenue this year other than, you know, the current sources, and it's uncertain. So I just, from my experience back in 2010, we went over the budget with a fine-tooth comb, and we found little cuts everywhere, and it kind of helped stabilize the city, because at that time the city was kind of postponing paying their bills. And so we might have to make some hard cuts here on some of the stuff that's great to have, but maybe we can't do it this year, like some of the educational things.
Yeah, we may. We, as staff, we've been working on budgets irrespective of revenue, potential 5 and 10% reductions in these budgets, and where would we get them depending on the revenue. So we already are prepping for that. We found about $100,000, but most of it's in equipment replacement funds and things like that. We don't have any big item expenditures. As Gary mentioned, his budget's flat. If you look at everything that we've done, most of the budgets are flat or less than what they were last year already. So it is a challenge, and that's something that once we have revenue numbers, that we'll probably have to go into some greater detail, maybe line by line. My preference would be that the department heads, once we know revenue, are proposing cuts and review those with the council, and then we go from there. Just because they know their budget's best, they know their needs best, and then obviously the council can set the priorities for funding and give us the direction that they need to. But I think that's, you know, that's why you hire staff to give you the best advice, and I think that would be a good way to approach it.
I think one other thing that's important to remember as well is that this budget does not include any sort of a merit increase for any staff, whereas it has been our practice in the past 5+ years to award up to a 3% depending on how everybody performs, and this budget includes no merit increase for any staff, full-time or part-time.
Okay. Before I jump, I'll just go to planning and zoning, which is 1052. You also see a decrease in that budget. We did take out special projects, funding for any special projects we have. Donna, are you on? Is Donna on? So we'll have her go over library, and then turn the time over to Todd and his guys, and then Aaron will come back to you for the rest.
Hi. Let's see, how do I stop the echo? Just a second. The property tax, so the library is funded through property tax rather than sales tax, so we don't expect our revenue to drop quite as much as some of the areas. We are expecting a drop in fees, income from fees and fines, because we're not charging fees and fines over the summer while the library is partially closed. We do expect, though, to have an increase in non-resident fees over last year, because last year we underestimated how many non-resident fees we would get. And so we raised that number to make it closer to what the actuals were for last year. As far as our expenses, we will have a decrease of about $10,000 in expenses for full-time wages.
Donna, will you please tell us the number you are looking at?
Oh, sorry, from the budget?
Yes.
Okay, I've got to split my screen then. Just a second. I have this up somewhere. There we go.
Does it give you a number?
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. 2243 are the expense
Oh yeah,
numbers for the library
for all of
fund.
the, yeah, 2243. Anyway, so at for 2243, so I'm saying that our expenses for full-time salary and wages will go down because in the previous year, the library was funding 25% of Aaron's wages as kind of transition, helping me transition into my position. But next year, we will be funding less of her, a smaller percent of her wages. We, like the rest of the city, our part-time salary will stay flat because we're not offering any increases for merit increase. Our equipment budget will also drop. We had raised it last year because we had some carryover from the year before, and we used that money to purchase our self-checkout stands and RFID tagging. That was a one-time expense. And so the number that's in this year's budget is about what we spent last year if you don't take into account that extra expense. We also are expecting a decrease in IT software. And that's because we spent a little extra less last year for our new website. And this year that's in place. Also, there was a little extra in there for setting up the self-checkout stands, and that was a one-time expense as well. It's the same thing with our decrease in office supplies. That was part of a one-time expense that we will not have next year. So even though our budget bottom lines look like we are having a much smaller budget, it will not impact the library significantly in our day-to-day function. Any questions? Sorry, did I lose you all?
You can assume no questions.
Okay, thanks.
Good job.
Thanks, Donna.
Todd next.
Todd, you're up.
Sorry, waiting to be unmuted. Okay, so I'm going to be quick. I'll go over the building and I'll go over the engineering. Then I'm going to turn time over to our superintendents. We have hundreds and hundreds of line items in our enterprise funds and in buildings and roads. I have not asked our superintendents to go through this line by line. What I've asked them to do is highlight the projects that we have, the big items that we have coming up. If you look at our budgets, we have gone through them and already taken out some of the, I wouldn't say non-essential. We're sticking with just needs, and you will notice that the overall budgets have actually decreased this year from this upcoming year from this the year that we're currently in because of the forecasted revenues. So building inspection, we've gone through it. It's about $4,000 less. That is going to be number 1058 is building inspection. We've gone through and just reduced the things that we know that we can reduce. And like Nathan said, come the final budget, we may need to reduce that even some more. I'm going to go over engineering really quick. We've reduced that $6,000. I haven't changed much there. We kind of run a lean budget already in engineering. Most of it is just my salary and the engineering needs that we have throughout the city. As we go through this, I know my guys don't have this budget in front of them, so I will just tell you the number that we're going to talk about. So Ty Christensen is our street superintendent. He will go over, the budget number is 1060. Go ahead, Ty.
Hello. I'm just go over this PowerPoint completed projects in 2019. We rehabbed 6,000 west, 6,400 west, 5870 west, and 10,500 north. Planned projects this summer. We're going to be doing a Highland Boulevard. We'll get an overlay. 118 north will get pulverized and repaved in some areas and a surface treatment, and others. 9600 north, we're going to repave it along with the sewer project that's going in down there. Our trail maintenance plan this year, we're just starting it. I'm meeting with some contractors here soon, tomorrow. Going to crack seal and do a surface treatment on quite a bit of our trails throughout the city. We have a current unfunded needs. Our snow plows, we still have a couple of older snow plows, 1999s. They are in terrible shape. One of the beds is completely rusted through. We're making do with these two. But we need to find some funding for those in the future. Streets equipment and replacement. We have a loader that is 17 years old. It's getting to the point that it's becoming a maintenance nightmare. Skid steer that's 16 years old. It's getting to where it needs a lot of maintenance also. And backhoes. We're looking into backhoes right now, possibly doing some leasing on these pieces of equipment. Probably save us a little bit of money there in the future. That's all I've got right now.
Council, any questions for myself or Ty on streets and engineering so far?
Yeah, I have some questions.
Okay.
Didn't we replace two of the snow plows in 2017?
We
Do we
did.
have a couple new snow plows?
Yes. So we
Newer, I should say.
Yeah, we currently have 6, but the ones that we replaced were our worst snow plows at the time. But we still have 2 that are 1999. And Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, but the other 2 are 2002s, right?
Yeah, our 2 oldest ones are 1999s, and then we have 2 that are 2002s. Yes.
And then we obviously have the 2 new ones from 2017. So those are in great shape. We would just like the other ones to be similar.
Do you anticipate that there'll be any decrease in costs of new equipment? I mean, I know car dealerships are desperate to sell cars right now. They're making deals. Do you anticipate that in city equipment at all?
No, I don't think we'll see as much of that with this type of equipment, but we can definitely look into it. We haven't reached out yet because we know that it's not currently in the budget. But we wanted to make the council aware that these are things that we just push year to year to year because they're not in our budgets.
So Todd, I have a question. As we look at snow plow equipment, Is that something that we use the same equipment during the summer, or snowplow equipment? You know, like what we went and bought 2 years ago, are they only used during the winter, or how are they
No.
used?
No, these are 10-wheeler trucks that we can use to haul material, but the majority of the wear and tear that they get is through the winter months. But we do use them during the summer to haul, materials. We have, times we have to go to the dump and take materials to the dump. We use these trucks for that.
Okay.
So, anything else as far for streets?
Do we know when
Can you just elaborate again which street equipment replacement we really need to do? What is the most pressing?
I would say the 2 snow plows are probably the most pressing, and then the next would be the loader. Do you agree with that, Ty?
Yes, I agree.
What's a rough cost on replacing those?
Well, the truck, we bought 2 new snow plows in 2017, and they were $400,000 between the 2 of them.
And what about the loader?
Do you know, Ty, how much a loader is?
To buy a loader is $167,600. We can your lease at $1,000 a year. It's even get a new one in after that 3 years.
How much was the lease, Ty?
$21,000 a year.
$21,000 a year. So the point is right now we, obviously with this year we're looking to cut the budget in every way we can, but we would just like to inform the council moving forward next year or the next year, we've got to look at replacing some of these things.
You buy those new, Todd?
The snowplow trucks we did, yes.
How many miles can you put on a snowplow?
Quite a bit. It's not the miles that hurts us. It's the year-to-year use with the salt. I mean the 1991s or 1999 trucks that we have right now, salt has really done a number on those over the years. So. Okay, I think if no more questions, we can go ahead and move forward to the next slide. And this is Josh. Josh will be covering 1070, which is Parks and Rec. And then he also will be covering Open Space, which is 2043. Go ahead, Josh.
Okay. We got the park open space, so we're kind of using both those to cover the trail maintenance. Most of the trails, as you know, go in open space, and we have about 100,000 going into maintenance on there. So we'd like to get the seal coat done and plenty of crack sealing that's going to take place on those. So that's the major work on those. We're working on a price for spraying all of the natural open space. So we're trying to get a spray. That spray part could be a little tricky. Hopefully it doesn't end up as one, it might end up as one spray. I don't know if we'll be able to do multiple sprays. So not that I want to be a downer, but it's going to take a while to get rid of the thorns. It's not going to be a one season and we never have thorns again. And then just as Streets says, we have some unfunded needs, the building, which is a huge thing, and equipment replacement. We need a plan for our large mower and our small mowers to replace those, as most of them are 10 years or older. That's all I got.
Any questions for Parks and Open Space?
Yes. Josh, are you fully staffed at this time? Do you have the necessary staff?
I still need to bring some more on. We got a good chunk of them this week. We are waiting to bring them on, but we got 15 seasonals running currently.
And how many do you want?
We're gonna take it to 25 is our plan.
So you're at 15 now, we need another 10.
Yes.
Okay, you're in the bid process. It says currently bidding spray. How many guys did you have last year that you were doing? How many part-timers there, seasonals, whatever you had?
Well, we went for 25 last year. We only had 25 for probably 2 weeks at the most. And then it was a downhill slide from there.
So on the current bid for spring, is that something you do not believe the Parks and Rec Department can do? Is that something that needs to be outsourced, or is that something that current employees could do?
I'd like to see what price we can come in on that. I think we can do it in-house. A lot of it's going to be timing because of temperatures. So the puncher weed starts to grow when the heat really comes, and the chemical for the heat has a restriction on heat. At 84 degrees, you can't spray it or it'll volatilize. And so there's going to be a timing issue. So it'll be really tricky for guys to be wanting to spray that as a competitive bid because of the timing of it and the nature of the whole areas that they'd have to spray and the amount of work. So that bid part could be tricky there. It's going to be tricky to spray just because of temperature and how long we can spray before it's too warm, before it volatilizes, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Share with that, because I'm a homeowner. So I get up in the morning and I would go spray weeds when it's 75 degrees. I'm not out there in the middle of the day. So are you saying that we shouldn't be spraying Roundup when it's over 84 degrees? I mean, maybe I'm trying to understand what that means.
So we are held accountable to the label. So the label on all products have a label. Now Roundup's a little different. You can spray Roundup longer, but certain weeds that are covered under the broadleaf category, they have a temperature limit. And so when you reach that temperature, the best is get it sprayed in the morning, but if you spray it after it's reached that temperature, you're just wasting your chemical. It just volatilizes, it lifts off. And depending on, it can lift off and be trapped in the atmosphere. And that's when you have neighbors complain and says, hey, the neighbor sprayed his lawn and all the leaves fell off my tree. And that's because he sprayed and it volatilized and lifted, and it really gets trapped in an aversion and then takes out like the neighbor's trees.
Okay.
Yeah, so Kurt, we are going to bid this and see what we get come back, and then we may have to pull this in-house regardless based on bids. But what we're trying to do is not kill everything in the corridors. We're just trying to kill the broadleaf weeds and keep the natural grasses there, because it would be much worse if we sprayed everything and then we just killed everything, because that's when the puncher weeds really thrive, is when it's just dirt.
No, I was actually concerned about that if we had some native vegetation and we went and just did a total weed killer, a total kill it. So it sounds like you're going to be using a 2,4-D type of application where it's only going after broadleaf type of items in that area.
Correct.
Yes, correct. And we're going to go after that. The hard part is it's going to take some other things out as well that some people might be upset about, being a type of plant that blooms is probably going to fall underneath that category. But it's kind of all or some of them. That's going to be the hard part to get it. I mean, we're definitely going to concentrate where we see those plants at and try to get the puncher rind gone. But there are going to be some plants that will get eliminated that some people might have attachment to, whether it's a native flower or whatnot.
Do we know we expect the bids back?
No, Josh and I have kind of teamed on this. I've got a guy that's been helping Lehigh Irrigation Company spray the ditches. And so I've reached out to him, and then Josh is reaching out to a few of his contacts, and we're just trying to put together a few bids with the people we know. This isn't something that we publicly advertise. It's just people that we know that we're asking to get at least 3 bids to bring it back to the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Anything else for Josh and Parks and Open Space? Thanks, Josh.
Josh.
Yep.
So culinary waterfront, so Mayor, Council, if you look down at the bottom of that spreadsheet that you have, you can go down and find, let me find the culinary for you. It should be the very last. It should actually be the very, very last one, I believe. Yes, it is 5540. So we have Van on the line and he'll cover this. Go ahead, Van.
Yeah, this year's project that we did that we're about to complete is well number 2 pump house reconstruction. And in the process of replacing a building that was built in 1958, which is 62 years old, we've updated the electronics in it and making it a lot more user friendly. And we're also updating it so that we can add chlorination when that time arises, so we don't have to retrofit later. Projects for the next fiscal year is Knight Avenue 12-inch line for the Boyer project. That's already gone out to bid, and we've had a pre-construction meeting on it. The other project we have planned for next year is well house number 3. We're going to do the same thing as we did at well house number 2, a complete reconstruction of the building and update it for future chlorination. Current unfunded needs would be just an old infrastructure that's starting to fail. So eventually we're going to have to get funding for replacement of some water lines, fire hydrants, that type of nature. We're in the process of working over the buildings now. So that's all we have. So if there's any questions.
Van, can you quickly just give them an update of what we're doing up on SR 92 with that old line? That was something that came up that was an emergency that we had to add. Can you just tell them about that?
Yeah, SR 92, it would be the country club homes. It would be the last 6 or 7 on the south side of SR 92 before you get, I think that's a stake center there, just east of 4800 West. That line actually is what we thought was a 2-inch line, galvanized line, turned out to be an 1.25 inch line serving those 7, I think there's 7 lots there. And it's been deteriorating in the last few years. We've had placements in the highway there. So that was added on to the Knight Avenue project so that we can get that line replaced with a 3 or 4-inch poly. I can't remember what the bid was, to get that up so we have more water for those homes.
These are types of things that would fall under that failing infrastructure, Council, Mayor. Van had got in and fixed that line a couple times and it was just getting expensive, and we could see that it would be far better money spent to get in and just replace it now than just keep replacing or fixing spot repairs. And so that's what we went ahead and did. Those types of things are going to continually come up with an aging infrastructure, and we don't. This isn't a problem that we just run into. It's a problem across our country of failing infrastructure that cities just are not putting away money to replace. So just.
Todd, do you have any estimates for what that cost is going to be year over year going forward so that we can put that in our rate study?
You know what? No clue. I wouldn't have any idea what to say. We've been very fortunate that our water system is actually newer than most, comparing it to other cities. But there are some old steel lines, old galvanized lines that we, some cast iron pipe out there. Those are few and far between, but we know where they're at and we're slowly repairing those. But we could put some estimates together and start putting those into our rate studies. So we can do that.
Yeah, this infrastructure is 62 years old, the oldest parts. And so it's still in its user's life, but it's getting to the end of it. So like he says, the cast iron pipe, that's stuff that needs to be thought about being replaced, and some of the old steel line. And inside some of the old steel lines only 4-inch, so it doesn't make standard of today.
So then would it be accurate if I pointed out that the Knight Avenue 12-inch line for Boyer was not something that was in the rate study we did a few years ago because we excluded the development of that property.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so that's,
So yeah, anything to do with the Boyer property as far as culinary, pressurized irrigation and sewer were not included in that. And so that's why you see some of our funds, the cash left in those funds is really low, especially like PI. We have a very large offsite line for pressurized irrigation that we'll get to shortly, but yeah, those were not included. Just an FYI, we are replacing a 4-inch line in 6800 West. It's a fairly old line, but because we're doing the road project, we're going to go ahead and replace that 4-inch line and get it up to our standard and 8. So
good.
Those types of things we'll take care of as road projects come up.
So just for the council members who weren't here, which is everyone, when we did that rate study before, there was pressure to exclude things to keep the rate down. And unfortunately, now we're going to have to pay for it over a shorter period of time. And so the rates are going to probably have to be higher than they would have had we done it right the first time. So as we go into this rate study and there's pressure to exclude things because we don't want the rates to be high or higher, just remember that we have to pay the bill sometime, and better to be prepared than not.
Now,
go ahead.
Todd, when we do these projects over there for Boyer, won't we have impact fees? I know it depends on how fast they build out, but won't we get some of the money back based off impact fees?
Yes, a portion, and it depends on the project. Some of them have a larger portion that is our portion of the project, but yes, anything that has to do with the Boyer growth, we can charge an impact fee, yes. And so we will get some of that back. But our portion, no, it was not included in the rate study. But anyway, moving forward, we will bring those rate studies back and present them to council for approval. So
I had a couple of questions on culinary water. I noticed that the salary and wages went up. I mean, quite a bit by 30,000. I noticed the power, 55, 40, 27, it went up almost double. You have some items on there where the budget in this seems to really increase in the culinary water.
Okay, so power for wells and lift station, that didn't double. What you're seeing is the current actual year.
Oh, okay, half year. Okay, half.
Yes. So we kept that budget the same. And so, and if you look at the salaries and wages, it's the same. So very top salaries and wages, the 111,000 is what we have spent to date. The 143, it actually, the budget only changed by $2 from last year to this year. So
why did the power go so much? So you go to prior year, 2018, 2019, why did it increase so much there?
It all depends on how much we have to run the wells and what wells we're actually running. But if you look at 17, we actually spent 190,000. And then for some reason, 2018, 2019, we spent 149. And then we budgeted this year for 170, but it looks like we're going to come in under budget. And we can, because right now we've only spent 90,000 so far. And that's because really
good water year, right?
We've been running it very tight because we have well number 2 under construction. That will come back online in the next couple weeks. In fact, should be this week, right, Van?
Yes, I think it will be first next week, probably, actually.
Yeah, Van has been running the system very tight because of that construction project, and we're actually under budget right now for the power. But like I said, 2 years ago, we spent 190,000 on power. This year we budgeted for 190.
Okay.
And keep in mind, these enterprise funds are their own fund. This is not a general fund. It's what we take in, we keep in this account, and what we spend is just for the fund itself. So. Any other questions for Van? Thanks, Van. We'll go on to sewer now.
Thank you.
Trevor Aston is our sewer superintendent and should be on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you're up, Trevor.
Right, so
By the way, council, this is going to be, hold on, Trevor, let me tell them what number. This is going to be 5240. It's a few above culinary. Go ahead.
okay, so the completed projects we did in 2019 is we completed the lining of Pheasant Hollow. The planned projects for this year is the Canal Boulevard offsite. We're also doing the 9600 sewer upgrade. This goes along with the Boyer project. We just did a pre-con today for the Hidden Oaks pipelining project. We're still waiting to hear back on a start date for that. The Victor's View lift station, it says reconstruction or replacement. I'd like to call it elimination. I'm looking forward to disconnecting. We have a portion of the city where we still run through Cedar Hills, where we are paying Cedar Hills and American Fork to sewer through them. I'd like to eliminate that. And then the Pheasant Hollow lift station upgrade, which is also coming through with the Boyer project. My current unfunded need right now is a camera truck. I'm running a 1990s series Aries push camera. I cannot take video with it. I've looked at a couple different camera systems, which we could also use in the storm drain. We can help fund this by, if we disconnect from Cedar Hills, that will save $35,000 a year out of the sewer budget. Any questions?
So Trevor, that's our bill to Cedar Hills, but then we'll have some pumping costs with the lift station, correct?
Yes, so currently what we've cut out of the lift station with the prior lining projects, we can more than accommodate this. If you go off water use studies, what water use is used in the areas that we're gonna disconnect, we're paying way more than what we're actually putting into it. I don't think we'll see an increase at all really in the lift station.
So basically with the lining project, we freed up some capacity.
Yes, we freed up some capacity. We've already freed up power and utility fees. What we pay to the district in sewer disposal fees, and then you tack on this 35,000 on top of that. That should be more than enough to fund a camera.
Okay. It's not a camera truck, it's just a, right?
No, it's not a camera truck. It's similar to what the camera is running. You can mount it in a pickup truck. You can mount it in a van. It gives us 1,000 feet capacity to TV and do video, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Council, Mayor, any questions for Trevor?
Todd?
Yeah.
Todd, just add one thing. I believe American Fork has actually looked at us trying to do this disconnection project, if I remember correctly, haven't they?
Yeah, they've requested that we do it. They're just not, they haven't pushed it really hard because we were trying to get the lining projects done before we did it.
So Todd, where are we disconnecting? Is it down North County Boulevard? Are we disconnecting from that line?
Yeah, so the Cedar Hills line is in North County Boulevard, and where we would actually disconnect is right at the Cedar Hills Drive, correct, Trevor?
Yeah, Cedar Hills Drive or Knight Avenue, right in that intersection. It's already there. I imagine the cost would be in the hundreds of dollars to do that disconnection.
We've kind of been back and forth with American Fork on this. We disagree on where this is, but Trevor has gone out and pulled manholes and verified where it is. So we feel comfortable doing it. We just need to go through the process with Cedar Hills and American Fork to eliminate those agreements.
Todd, will none of the Boyer project be going down the sewer line, going down North County Boulevard anymore?
No, everything flows to the southwest and will go to our lift station.
Oh, okay, didn't know that.
Yep.
The lift station will actually be upgraded
Right.
by the Boyer project.
That is that last project on the planned projects list there that you can see. The Pheasant Hollow lift station will be upgraded. We've already started the design for that. So
Now, just because I've had so many conversations with Trevor, which I appreciate, here we are building a lift station, updating it, where we've had a lot of problems with a couple of lift stations. Is there a way to eliminate this Pheasant Hollow lift station, or, just because lift stations have been a problem for us?
I wish, Kurt, but we looked at the alternative. The alternative is to run a line through American Fork and upgrade all of theirs. We met with them and discussed this. It is just it's just not feasible. We have lift stations in the city where absolutely necessary, and this is one of them. We have no other way other than a very, very, very expensive line through American Fork. We're talking millions and millions of dollars to build that. So,
which they discouraged us doing anyways.
Right. Any other questions on these projects or questions for Trevor? Thanks, Trevor. Our next one is pressurized irrigation, and Jeff is online for us. Jeff Murdoch, our PI superintendent. This one is going to be Fund 5340.
Okay, thanks for listening to us tonight. Under our completed projects, currently our 11800 North well rehabilitation is nearing completion. They are in the testing phases to see how it's resulting. They're pumping it right now currently to see what kind of pumping capacity we have. So that's a good project to be finalizing. Planned projects for this next year. This is where you'll see a lot of that money is going to the pressurized irrigation main for Boyer. That's across the east-west corridor to connect in to supply some of that lower zone with extra water and very needed water. There's meters, which it's an ongoing thing it's not mandated by the state currently. All of our codes and stuff, we need to currently install meters on any new construction, but we have a lot of the city that's going to need to be upgraded and installed. Our lower pond expansion, it's down at the Kidney Pond in the Canterbury area, and it's a pond it's 5 acre-feet currently, and they're going to double the capacity of that, which increases the amount of water we can pull out of the Murdoch Canal, which is going to be our vital source of water here in the future. As you guys talked about earlier, the Alpine coming onto the other connection point, that's going to really limit the amount of water we can pull through CUP. So that's going to be a vital point. This last point, it's CUP connection. It's actually the Murdoch Canal connection.
That's
down
my
on
fault.
the south.
Sorry.
Yeah. No big deal. This is the southwest area of the Boyer project. We're gonna utilize a connection point that has been previously watering that hay field, which is now going to be developed. And so we're in the planning stages of working with Provo River water users to connect onto that to have an extra water source, which we can use more of that capacity that we have in the pipeline.
Any questions for Jeff on pressurized irrigation?
Todd, I have a question. I noticed that, we've been discussing a lot about meters, but I guess I'd never seen it in a plan that we'd had it out that this was the year we're going to do that. not necessarily again, not a bad idea. I just know there's been some matching funds. If we're looking to start doing that this next year, have we applied for matching funds? Where are we at in that?
Yeah, so the application process for the funds is due in October. And we have planned to spend $500,000 on meters for the next 3 years if we get that funding. And so that's why we put it in here. For next year, we're showing spending $500,000 if we get those matching funds. If we do not, then we'll bring it back to council and ask council what you'd like to do. But yes, that application, we've started that process. It's due in October. We will know by hopefully the first of the year in 2021 if we have the funds, and then then we have to show in the application that we have the funds. They won't let us submit unless we have the funds sitting there ready to go, or a funding source for that match. That is what kept us from applying last time. If you remember, we brought it to council, got your direction, and got approval to actually put that in there. But now that we have a funding source and we show it in our budget, they will allow us to apply for those funds. So.
And this is just because in the past, I think, didn't they go and install meters on most of the city council members so they could kind of get a feel how that worked? And I don't think any of the current city council members have any meters.
Yes, we actually went out and put them on several of the home, not just city council, but other people who agreed to be on it, just a test. But every home that comes into the city now gets a meter. And so it's just the older part of the city that we are asking for matching funds, because the price tag is like $4.5 million to do it right now. We just don't have that kind of money. Obviously, we're getting down into the 100,000 range in our cash account for PI. So we anticipate getting the funding, and then we'll decide what to do. That will basically, between our funds and the matching funds, that would give us $3 million, which would do well over half of the city. So that's our current plan. Come October, we'll let you know where we're at, and then hopefully we get those funds. We'd be happy to throw a meter on any council person that wants to have it. So let us know. Any other questions for Jeff? Okay, thanks, Jeff. Storm drain. Ty, do you want me to take this, or do you want to take it?
Okay, completed projects in 2019, 2020. We replaced 3 sumps with inlet boxes in areas that we just currently weren't up to date. They were problem areas that were flooded during big rainstorms, so they were in need to be replaced. In Country French, we upgraded and constructed a detention basin there that was flooding all the time, getting bulrushes, trees, shrubs, all kinds of weeds and whatnot in it. We had it grubbed out. We had it lined with weed barrier and had it rocked. Looks much better. Will be a lot easier to take care of in the future. Planned projects this next fiscal year. We plan on continuing to replace some sumps that have problems. There's several throughout the city in the older areas of the town. We are going to realign the Mercer Hollow drainage going between Bow River Road and 11800. That's a project we're going to do this year. Current unfunded needs. As you heard Trevor say, he wants to buy a camera That same camera could be used in our storm drains. There are several times I have issues. I have to call on Trevor to maybe line up TSSD to come in and camera storm drains for me, so I can find out what some of the issues are in some of our storm drain lines. So a camera system would be nice to get some funds for that. That'll help with sewer and the storm drain division. That's all I've got.
Any questions for Ty on storm drain?
Sorry to be the one with all the questions. So Mercer Hollow area, I assume this is the college, the Tanya College, trying to take care of that issue they've had with their drainage, correct?
Correct. We have a design. This is one project that we've had to push off just because we didn't get it bid in time before the spring runoff. We've got to wait until the spring runoff is gone, and then we will get in and do this towards the end of the summer.
Do all the neighbors know about this?
Yes. We actually had a neighborhood meeting when they all came in and looked at it with us. We made some design changes based on comments, but I probably ought to reach out to all of them and give them an update on schedule.
Todd, thank you. I know this is over the last couple of years, this is one of those contentious issues. Thank you for sticking to it and kind of focusing in on it. Okay, now I'm going to ask a weird question. I noticed when we're talking about storm drains, I saw coming out of a Comcast box, cable line going down into a storm drain, going across our road and coming up the other side. Is that's just a temporary thing that they're doing? Is that something they have to get city approval for? Or is it just they're trying to take care of an issue that's kind of fast?
It sounds like they're being really lazy. We would love to know where that is. That shouldn't be a permanent thing.
Right by my house, by my apple trees.
So
we'll check into that.
Yeah, Ty, could you go out and take a look at that and see what we need to do?
Yes, I will tomorrow morning.
I wasn't sure if that was the neighbor that was trying to get creative and trying to connect and get faster speed, or maybe there's some areas that don't have Comcast in my neighborhood and they're trying to get Comcast over there. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that creates a few issues for our storm drain. But yeah, we don't want our storm drain to be used as conduits across the road. So
I don't. It was just a question.
Any other questions about storm drain? Okay, thanks, Ty.
You're welcome.
We can go to the next. Yep. So I think that the rest, the rest are Aaron's.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Actually, this first one, I'm going to let Stephanie do her recorder budget, even though my name was on the slide. I'm going to let her go ahead and take over that one.
Okay, so for the recorder budget, it's pretty status quo.
Oh, this is 1047, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, yes, 1047. Pretty status quo, the only, 1048, sorry, 1048, right, Aaron?
Nope, 1047, I must have had a typo, Stephanie.
Oh, okay. So pretty status quo. You'll notice that the election is down this year. We don't have any election this year, so the only budget we have is about $1,000. That would be if we needed to feed election judges. Sometimes we'll feed them while they're here serving, or sometimes we'll give them snacks as well. The rest of it is simply kind of administrative, just for me to allow myself to function as an employee. So do you have any questions on that budget?
So one quick commentary on that. If the council chose to do the referendum and have that on the ballot, that would be about $37,000.
We're actually guesstimating about $5,000, so about $2,000 would be the ballot cost for printing, or our share of that, I should say, that Utah County is going to charge us, and we're guessing about $3,000 for the voter information pamphlet that we have to produce because it is a referendum.
that's if you do it this year, right?
Correct. So next,
Correct.
so that $3,000 for the voter information pamphlet will still exist no matter what year we do it. So, but it would be $2,000 cheaper if we waited and did it on a normal municipal election year.
Which would be 21.
Correct, 2021.
So maybe I'm confused. Do we have an option to do it this fall? I thought it had to be the 2021.
We can declare a special municipal election this year, Kurt, or not we, City Council can declare a special municipal election this year, and we would kind of piggyback on the county's election, and this question could be on the ballot. However, it will be $2,000 more expensive to do it this year than if we waited to do it in the municipal election in 2021.
Okay,
Any
continue.
other questions on that? Okay. All right, so that's the recorder budget. We're gonna move to community events, which is 1072. I am going to take this one just because it encompasses a lot more than just fleeing, but I do have Corinne on the line if you have any fleeing or other event-specific questions. So in 1072 community events, I wanted to call out, this is a question you had asked for, are salaries and wages going to change as a result of the changes with fleeing? And yes, we'll save about $4,000 to $5,000 there, so it'll be lower than what you see in front of you because we're not going to hire an event assistant at this point to help us run the fleeing. So that will save us about $4,000 to $5,000 there. 1072.55 is the fleeing expense, and it's at $66,000. There is an offsetting revenue account, 1038.95, which is at $50,000. So in the past, City Council has budgeted between $20,000 and $16,000 expenses over revenue for the fleeing, and so this year is the same. We're at $16,000 expenses over revenue. And again, that number is likely going to be much smaller than 66,000 this year, but the revenue number will also be lower. So we know that we have to keep a difference between those two of 16,000 and no more than that. And that's what our plan is at this point.
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course, Scott.
Have we decided what we're going to do with the fleeing? I mean, why even have one
Corinne?
in this current situation, you know?
We are
You wanna
looking at,
take that?
sure, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We are looking at alternative events that would be very much scaled down, but still ways to bring the community together, things like service projects that we can do at a distance. And, some of the other, we would still like to try and do fireworks, or we have an alternative parade plan, things like that, that if the recovery is at a point where we can do some smaller get-togethers, we would still like to have ways to get the community together. It will look a lot different than fleeing normally does, but we would still like to try and have some unifying events throughout the summer in whatever way we can, and it will be greatly scaled down.
We had also discussed last council meeting, Scott, about maybe kind of spreading these events out over the summer as well. Maybe having some in the fall, though we know that there might be another uptick with COVID in the fall, so we're hesitant to do that. So Corinne's kind of in the planning stages a little bit at this, or really is in the planning stages at this point as to what fleeing will look like for us. It's hard because it's a moving target depending on what the state says, what level we're at, things like that. So.
Yeah, the uptake you'd expect is probably winter.
Oh, winter, okay.
Really. We don't see a lot of flu in the fall.
Okay.
So this will follow that, probably.
All right, so continue. Are there any other fleeing specific questions? Okay, continuing on in community events. A couple I wanted to point out that are just kind of unique for new council members. 1072.59, entitled Cultural Events, is the city's contribution to the Highland City Arts Council. So we give them a $3,000 check every year as a donation, or have budgeted for that. That's what that is. And 107263, entitled Community Enrichment, is every other event we do that is not the fling. So that includes things like the Arbor Day Essay Contest and activities, Easter egg hunt, Hooked on Fishing, Pumpkin Walk, and our Christmas events as well. So that's what those spending, that's what that is. Any questions about the 1072 account, the community events? All right, we're gonna jump down just one section and do our garbage account, the 1073 account. If you notice, council, so the only significant change in that account is the 107350 account. It's entitled Garbage Contract Republic. We probably want to change that title, but what that is it's what we pay to, what we will now begin paying to Waste Management for hauling our garbage. That also actually includes our North Point tipping fees, even though it's titled differently. That's where our main garbage expenses come from. And as you know, that council approved a new contract that included an increase there, and that's what that increase is. Are there any other questions about are there any questions, I should say, about our garbage account, the 1073 one?
But we're going to have to raise fees, right?
Yes,
on that?
absolutely. So the plan, the fee schedule will be approved or will be brought to council as a part of the budget process when we get towards the final budget. And at that time, we'll have new fees proposed for council to increase rates requisite to the increase that we will get from Waste Management. Okay, Mayor and Council, I'm going to move on to the last one I've got is Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund. And that title, it's 2130 is where it starts, is our revenue. And then 2143 are the expenses. So we set up the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund a few years ago, and so it's separate from the general fund, and the hopes are that eventually because eventually we're going to run out of lots to sell. But the Perpetual Care Fund is set up so that we accumulate some money now so that we can continue to pay for the ongoing costs of the cemetery moving forward after we stop selling lots, because we have run out of them. That's not anticipated to happen for quite a while. Most of our cemetery is still open, but we wanted to be early on that to help ourselves there. So you'll see a few kind of strange things in here, like the transfer from the general fund. Council, at the time that we created the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund, council set up a distribution formula where the general fund pays for a portion of the ongoing maintenance and a portion for the capital costs of the cemetery, and then the cemetery pays for the remainder. So what that transfer is a transfer from the general fund to the cemetery fund for the portion that the general fund is responsible for. However, if you'll bump down to 219090, it's a transfer to the general fund. The cemetery, again, when we set up the Perpetual Care Fund, it was agreed that the cemetery would pay back the general fund for what it had already paid for the cemetery, which the largest portion of that was the purchase of the property to do the cemetery. And so we've still got about another 5 years where the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund, anything it accumulates revenue over expenses actually just gets paid back to the general fund at that time. So while we're technically transferring from the general fund to the Perpetual Care Fund, it's coming right back to the general fund. And again, that'll happen until the fund is paid back, or the general fund is paid back. Another thing I wanted to point out in the expense side of the cemetery, so there's some changes in the salaries and wages in 214311. That's really just noise from getting from the recorder change, and we actually changed the allocations a little bit as to how much we believe she's spending her time there in cemetery. And then 214374 is our capital outlay. If you remember, council chose to replace the fence along the highway because it was to the point where we felt like it was an eyesore and dangerous. And so we spent about $50,000 this year on that, but have no planned expenses there next year. So that's really the biggest change in the fund from one year to the next. Mayor and council, do you have any questions about the cemetery fund? All right, Nathan, I think that's all of mine, all of my accounts.
So the final one I'll mention is Lone Peak Public Safety. As I mentioned, the preliminary budget will be presented to the board next. It's already been presented once, but it'll be updated. And we're taking the same approach with raises. So we had a few minor changes to that, and I'll be presented to the board next Wednesday.
Can I ask a question about
Yes.
that? So I've unfortunately not been able to pull up my server's not working here tonight with yours, but when I was going through this, it looks like the police had requested another 100,000 and the fire department another 200,000. I mean, where is that extra money going to come from in a year where our revenues are flat?
So let me pull it up for you real quick.
Yeah. I don't know why mine won't pull up in here. It always has, but.
So police department, for us would be, our portion, you're correct, is just under $100,000. It was about a 3% increase, over the, previous fiscal year. Emergency, fire is actually down. We were able to look at the, budget with fire, and in the salary and benefit expenses actually match actuals versus estimated actuals. And so it's actually down almost, well, it was 2 million and it's 1.9 now. 1.8 versus 1.83, 1.85. So we did have a slight, did have an increase in our dispatch fees of about, which is caused our, about 12 grand, which caused our administrative expenses. We've also asked, Shane and I have asked the chiefs to go through and do the same exercise that we're doing here with department heads with 5 and 10%. We'll discuss that with the board. When they had their budgets done and ready, and we actually discussed it with the board in early March. And so we haven't got together with the board yet, and we're still waiting like we are on where our revenue is and where it's at. But we're grateful to be able to adjust fire a little bit. So that saved us a little bit of money. But yeah. So these costs will go down a little bit, not substantially, but they'll go down a little bit. And we'll have those numbers out for the board on next week. We're happy to share that with the council. We'll send out that budget.
Well, it's basically 40% of our general fund, isn't it?
Sorry, the line items are 1057.31 and 1054.
Thanks, Nathan.
Yep, my bad.
Okay.
I think it's also noted that our revenue is up this year on ambulance charges for service, Nathan.
So that's just the general overall. I'll send it out and you'll be able to see what they're spending on. And be happy to meet with anybody to go over the budget, whether it's public safety or any other general or enterprise funds. We're happy to arrange a meeting. Kim and I met, and we were able to put it up on the screen and answer questions and do our, what do you call it, Mayor? Social distancing, physical distancing.
Physical distancing.
So, yeah. So with that, if you,
Really great to
any,
be in person though and do that and just be able to go through the details.
so with that, that's all we had on the budget. Hope that was somewhat useful.
Thank you.
Nathan, one thing on the budget, and I don't know if we're gonna be able to get some information, but like we have some items that might be in the budget, like our sale of the Spring Creek property, our sale of the Lehigh property, Patterson, open space sales. It'd probably be good to see some of those funds, like our park impact fees, what we have in some of there, because there's some that's discretionary, you know, where we have a little bit of discretion on what we do with some of those funds.
Yeah, so those are in our capital accounts. But yeah, we'll point those out to you. I saw that in your email. We'll get that information out to you where it's at.
Any other questions? Okay, moving on to the discussion items under mayor and council staff communication items. Todd, you're up. You've got the first two bullets.
Okay, just an update. We're going through the design process of the, as Trevor would say, the removal of the lift station. We've got to go to the next slide and then we'll come back to this one. If you could, Aaron. Yeah. So this is the area. The red is where we're proposing the sewer alignment to go. We actually own the property in Canterbury North. Lehigh City owns the property that I have shown in Victorview. And then we have an easement on the back side. So on the stretch that kind of runs a little bit more northwest, southeast, we actually have an easement there, and then we're acquiring an easement on the west side of the Roberts property. But this is kind of the alignment. If you look right through there, in between is what we call the Workman property. That is a very large ravine. Now, if we can go back to the other thing, we kind of have a couple options here. What you see on the top slide is what we call a utility bridge. It is strictly to get the sewer line across the ravine. What you see below is a dual use of a pedestrian bridge with utilities underneath. To cross over the Workman ravine, we have to do something similar to one of these. The bid that has come back to go across the Workman property for a utility bridge is $150,000. That's kind of in line with what we thought it would be. But for an additional $40,000, we could actually upgrade it to the pedestrian bridge with the utility crossing. Now, if we go to the next slide, Aaron, the reason I bring this up is I think originally there was always intended to be a trail through there. It just was uh-oh, we went too far. Back right there. There was actually a trail on the Highland City parcel at one time. I think with the intention of crossing over and following the Lehigh parcel. Lehigh City has a water line in there, and I think that they would prefer to have something that they could access that. The reason I bring this up is from a large, an overall view of the area. This would actually give a very nice pedestrian access over to Canterbury North and ultimately to the Murdoch Canal. Otherwise, the entire Stevens Lane property has to go down 6400 west to the Murdoch Canal. This also gives us an access back there to maintain our manholes from the north and from the south. We just, we wouldn't cross the pedestrian bridge with a truck, but if we had a trail to that area on both sides, then we could access the manholes. The reason I bring this up is I would like to get the council's feedback, or at least some direction, or even just bring it up so you can start talking to residents and get their input. Is this money that we would like to spend to get a pedestrian access?
So Todd, I've lived here for 25 years. I have never seen a trail plan ever, where it says the 20-foot wide Lehigh City parcel.
Right. But
because you mentioned, you said that was the original intent.
Well, I'm guessing. Kurt, I've only been here for 3 years, but why did we build a trail on the south side?
Because they were planning where the Workman property is. If you look at the city center trail, and this came up a couple years back when we were getting rid of this section of the trail where it says Highland City parcel, the plan was to have a trail down in the ravine of the Workman property going down to the Dry Creek. And at the time it was determined by the city council that that would not be feasible. And so when it came up about the Highland City parcel, they thought it was okay to remove that trail.
To eliminate it? Okay.
At least that's the history I know. If someone else knows history different than me, it'd be good to hear.
Is it the city's, okay, so let me ask, is it the city's recommendation, the city council's recommendation that we just move forward with a utility bridge?
I would give council a little time to think, talk to neighbors to see if there'd be interest in it. It may be that the people in Kurt's neighborhood would like a trail access to the Murdoch Canal Trail and the other parks that are in the area there, or maybe not. But to ask for a judgment right now, I think that's a bit premature.
No, Mayor, you're possibly correct. I think, I mean, I'm sure the neighbors that might have the trail go on the side of their home, which they never thought was going to be there, would be a concern, but maybe other residents see that as an option to get down, like you said, over to the Murdoch Trail to get there. It is true, in order to
Dry
get
Creek Park, right?
Well, right now for Dry Creek Park, they would probably go down to SR 92 and go down the little trail side by SR 92 to access it there. But it is true, if you're going to the Murdoch Trail, you got to go out to 6400 West, which does not have the best sidewalk, situation to be able to go down to the Murdoch Trail.
And the other reason I bring this up is because we have a very large chunk of money that has come to Highland City. We're going to do a very large maintenance plan this year on trails. We've got a big bill coming back to the council here shortly to do surface treatments and crack seal. But my point is this is money that is not coming out of our general fund. This is money that is earmarked for trails. And we could potentially do this as a project in the future to come in and do this. I only bring it up to get your opinions and throw it out there so we can start talking to people. We would love to access our utilities. We hate to see these utilities go behind homes where we can't get back there and access them. But with that being said, we have other places in the city where we have to deal with this. So we'll deal with it if it's city council's preference to just leave it as a utility bridge. So
I would point out, this is my opinion, but if we're gonna put those pipes across there without a bridge, kids are gonna climb on that. They'll figure out a way. I know we can put some guards on it, but it'll be a safety issue.
Mayor, man, that's what I was thinking also. I looked at those pipes and I just thought, oh man, I wonder if I can run across those pipes. I mean, I wonder if my kids can run.
The truth comes out.
But I have to say, it is dangerous to go from that side to Murdoch Canal. I mean, there's no sidewalks on either side, and it'd be great. It just depends where the funds come out of and how we can pay for it.
Well, I really would like council to think about this, maybe talk to, residents, get an idea of how you would like to move forward. It would make the project a little bit more expensive, but it would not come out of the sewer fund. We'd find ways to pay for it through the trails. So Any other questions with this, or can I move on to the next one?
So
I
Todd,
have to go on the record and say I am totally against. Sophie, I'm terrified of bridges. The first thing I do every morning when I wake up is I Google bridge collapse. And every day somewhere in the world, another bridge collapse. Like I'm just looking right now. So I'm gonna have to recuse myself from any bridge related issue because I just can't deal with it. Like I literally, it's giving me anxiety.
so Todd, just to make sure I understand correct, I'd love to get this picture we have in front of us emailed to me, but where it says the sewer alignment, you're not thinking of putting a trail along the back sides there. You're proposing a trail where it says 20-foot wide, Lehigh City. And I don't think it's a parcel. I think it's an easement.
It's a parcel. They actually own that parcel. If you look at the plat map and the county parcel map, it is Lehigh City ownership. Now, those parcels have landscaped them. But Lehigh City actually owns that piece of property.
Now, do you want me to tell you your big problem is? I'll tell you what's going to come up. Where their easement's showing, their line's not. Their line is actually, I know because I had them come out and dig.
Yeah.
If you come, you can actually go see. So the line over where their pipe's at is not where they own. Their pipe's actually going to be off about 20 to 25 feet.
And, we haven't brought this up with the Roberts about putting a trail over our sewer pipe. That's an option too. We could talk about it and put a trail there as well, but that would just eat more into their property and give them less yard. So I think at that point, we probably would need to compensate them for that. So I just wanted to bring this up to council and see what your thoughts are. It's a big decision, and if you would prefer to move on with just a utility, we're great with that. I just wanted to give you the option. So,
I'd like to make a couple comments if I could.
okay.
So, I think the mayor is absolutely right. If you put a utility bridge, kids are going to use it as a pedestrian bridge. So in some ways, it makes a lot of sense to have that and as a trail. I think what you're going to run into problems, and Kurt's probably best to check this out, is when you start taking people's landscaping and things out to put in a trail that they never thought was going to be there. So that's going to be an issue. I mean, the trail idea is not a bad idea at all. But, that bridge, it'll be used as a pedestrian bridge regardless of how we do it. And so I think it's going to be safer to have it as a pedestrian bridge, but I don't know how it's going to work otherwise.
Yeah. Okay.
Mayor, I think you also have a significant urban interface issue in that wash area, and having any sort of trail access for us to get back in there and put out an interface fire would be helpful, and provide us another way to get into that problem area.
Share with me what you're meaning. Just what are you meaning? That you want an access there?
That's correct. Yeah, the whole wash area is thick with dead and down material, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we have a fire in that area. There's people that have campfires down there currently, and it's just going to take a bad day with some sort of fire down in there, and we'll have a significant problem trying to put that out, and any access that we can gain into that area would be helpful.
Now it gets quite steep right there. I mean, right when you're talking ravine, this is not a slight ravine. Some of these are pretty steep areas right there.
Yeah, it's a box canyon is what I'd call it.
So it's an interesting concept.
But if you had a bridge over there, you could actually run a hose out there and fight and do some fighting right from the bridge, right?
Yeah, we could push a progressive hose lay down through the trail and onto the bridge and be able to at least look at some way to take care of that problem.
So, just as we're looking at this, Nathan, there was another concern. We allowed the neighbor on the Highland City parcel over in Canterbury either to landscape or do something to take that trail out. Was there certain rights they received, the ability to do something on top? Did they gain any rights that way? Do you know? McFly?
Send that out to the council. We'll double check and send that out to the council. I don't believe so.
Yeah,
We didn't sell it.
yeah, we definitely didn't, yeah, we didn't sell the property because there's a current water line in there, so we didn't sell it, so,
So do they have like maintenance agreements or something?
yes.
Yeah.
Because we
I
didn't
believe so.
surplus it,
No,
that I
we didn't
remember.
surplus it. Mm-mm. We'll have to double check.
Well, Mayor, Council, can you please kind of think about that, and then we'll come back. We don't need to make that decision today. We're still working with the Roberts on coming up with an agreement to put the sewer line behind their home. I still need to go meet with them and finalize kind of their wants and needs. And then, moving forward, we'll need a decision whether we kind of move in the direction of doing a trail or not, so. Aaron, do you mind going to the next slide? I've given, I think I've shared this with the council already. Our bids on the Canal Boulevard came back. Now that they are public, they've added the names to the companies. So Dry Creek Structures LLC was the low bid. This came in about $700,000 less than what our engineer's estimate was. You can see there the different companies and their prices. They have gone ahead and awarded this to Dry Creek Structures. This is through the UDOT process. We are currently working on the contract documents. We anticipate that they will start construction in June. Any questions? Okay.
If they start in June, when's completion? When do you estimate it'd be completed?
They want to pave by October 15th.
And so with this, does this bid include like the stoplights and all that? I mean, is this just only the road?
No, it includes both intersections with signals. It includes the bridge over the river. It includes the trail. So Murdoch Canal Trail will be completed through there. It includes everything.
So are you saying October 15th, people might be able to drive across it?
Yes.
Whoa, that's awesome.
That is the hope. If not, if we do not, if our contractors doesn't make that window, we won't pave until spring. So, but yeah, the current bid is that they will finish by October 15th. It's a very aggressive schedule, so.
It's a hopeful.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks, Council. Mayor.
Thank you. What I had was paperless billing. We were looking at ways of saving money, and one of the opportunities is to convert existing customers that are getting their bill in paper form and converting them to newsletter. I just got the cost this afternoon, and it's less than I thought, but we pay 73 cents a household a month for a paper bill and newsletter. Right now we have about 1,177 people on paperless billing and 3,629 people on paper billing. If we could convert everyone to paperless, we'd save about 32,000 a year. I don't anticipate that's possible. I think with a campaign which we'll be running, we might be able to get half of that or even 2/3 of it, and that would save us $20,000 a year. The other thing that we are looking at doing from a staff perspective is when people sign up for utility services, have them, the default would be to get paperless, and they would have to request paper as an opt-out. So instead of making it opt-in to go paperless, have it be opt-out to go paperless. Hopefully that captures most of the new customers.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Tim?
is there a reason why we can't do that with current customers? Say we're going to switch over. If you do not wish to do so, you need to notify the city by a certain date to increase the percentage of people that participate.
I don't think so. The other benefit to doing that is that we get all their emails so that we can do an email blast and get most of the residents. So that's a good suggestion. I will ask staff to look into that.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes, Kim?
most of my bills that if I do decide to go with a paper instead of a digital copy, I have to pay extra for it. I mean, do any
Yes.
cities charge if you want a paper copy?
Yes, Cedar Hills does. They charge $1.10.
I'd be for that. I think any sort of bill on paper is old school.
So that would be a council decision. We could talk about at another meeting. The other stuff the staff can just do on their own. Something to consider.
Can account, I mean, I think it's a good idea, but there are a number of people who don't like paying their bills online and have apprehension about doing that, especially a lot of old school people like myself. I mean, I pay a fair amount of stuff online, but I don't know if that everybody does. I know you have some people in the city that come and pay cash at the clerk.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So I'm a bit personally reticent to charge because I think that the ones that have it now would tend to be older, and some of those are on fixed incomes, and it represents a change to their status quo. Maybe on new accounts, we could do that. I would just be reticent to do it on existing.
Since we're discussing tonight, Mayor, I think you're bringing up some good points. You know, I have a little bit grayer hair, and I pay all my bills online. I mean, I'd say 95%, but I'm one that likes to get the paper, verify, look at the bill, and then go and enter it instead of having it automatically happen to me. I don't like where someone gets to automatically take something out of my account.
Express Bill Pay lets you do that if you want to. You can opt to do it every month or just have it come out of your account or a credit card.
No, what you're saying is that automatically happens.
You can do it automatic, or I think you can do it manual. You still get the bill electrically.
It doesn't mean that you have to pay online. It only means that your bill comes to you in email format instead of a paper format. And so then you can go and pay for it in person, pay for it online, do it automatically. It's just eliminating a piece of paper in a mail. I just think mailing.
Correct. Correct. And as the mayor said, you can set it up where it automatically charges something every month, or you can go in, verify, and then pay what you want. So there's options with Express Bill Pay.
So Aaron, do we still, if someone does not get a bill in the mail, do we still send them a newsletter?
Yes.
Again, it's emailed to them with their Express bill, their bill. So they'll get an email once a month that says, attached is your bill, and also here's the city newsletter, and we do a brief summary of the newsletter just because we know that unfortunately people are unlikely to open the attachment. So we try to do a kind of a teaser and point them to the newsletter.
Because I'm just looking at that newsletter printing, and we have that in the budget for, let's see, current year, $8,000 to print off a newsletter.
It's an area to save.
Yep, agreed.
I'm just from the digital generation where I I mean, the less mail, the better for me. I don't know. Save the trees.
Save the trees. Yeah, I just brought it up because it's an area that we're working on to save some money. Tim, I think yours is an interesting idea. We'll run that by staff and see. That's all I had. Anybody else have anything? If not, I'll take a motion to adjourn, and I have to confess that Nathan won the bet on time. I was overly optimistic. So
I move that we adjourn.
I second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That was unanimous. We're adjourned,
Nathan, what was your time?
11:30.
Wow, that was.